vessel taking on water, 5 persons on board. So, oh, this is a real deal.
Point swimmer. Doors away.
When you go out there on any duty day, it's dangerous. Heavy seas, heavy surf, breaking surf. It's a fight of your life for everybody out there.
They hit the water, game on. It's time to go. No mistakes, no errors.
It is a rush of adrenaline. It's the cool part of my job.
It's always a blessing and gives job satisfaction on being able to help people.
You know, the reason why we all do this job is to save lives.
The vast Alaskan wilderness, a place where beauty is cloaked by danger. Here every day, 350 highly trained men and women risk their lives to save others. America's deadliest waters are protected by Coast Guard Alaska.
Morning.
Good morning, sir. How are you this morning?
Great.
All right, how we going?
All right, see you later. I'm Commander Joseph Deere. I'm the operations officer for U.S. Coast Guard Air Station Kodiak, Alaska. It's a very famous unit across the Coast Guard that's widely recognized as probably the most arduous area to fly in. We have hundreds of search and rescue cases we do a year, thousands of miles apart. When you stretch Alaska over the continental United States, it goes from about Virginia out to Utah. So even though it's only one state, it's absolutely vast. There's about 17,000 people on the island of Kodiak. A little under half of everybody in town is affiliated with the Coast Guard in some way. You know, Kodiak, there's not a lot of middle ground. You either kind of love it or you hate it. Those of us that love it, I'm one of them. We look for multiple tours up here, and it's usually fairly easy to get because there's lots of those that come up here and say, no way, it's too remote, it's Alaska, it's too cold, too windy, whatever. But once you get your work week done, it's got just some absolutely world-class outdoor activities. Of course, we have the Kodiak grizzly bears. Last night I heard there were 5,000 of them on the island. The halibut and salmon fishing is just fantastic. They're 20-pound fish, and your line just goes screaming out. They're a lot of fun to catch. It's just fantastic. It's a great place to live and to raise a family. Can't say enough good about it. Love the place.
I'm John Bartell. I'm a lieutenant in the Coast Guard and pilot and commander of our H-60 helicopters. The beeper went off and vessel taking on water, 5 persons on board. About 80 miles northeast of Kodiak. So, oh, this is a real deal.
I'm Vincent Jansen. I'm on duty here at Coast Guard Air Station Kodiak. It was about 11 a.m. when we got the call. They said, here's your latitude and longitude. We've got 5 people in the water. Go. We don't know the condition of the survivors. We don't know their age, if they can swim, what kind of gear they have. So these are all things you have to manage as you're heading out there. I don't normally run to the plane. I think it's a bad habit, but today I ran to the plane because we had people going in the water. We'd flown for about 75 miles at about 150 knots, between 300 and 500 feet to stay below a cloud layer that we had all the way out there. And then once we got within about 5 miles, and you're scanning a number of different sensors, obviously using the old eyeball to look for something out there, but we were using the radars as well. And you're trying to pick up any signs of distress, orange life rafts, flares, smoke. These are all things that the mariners definitely use to get our attention. And sure enough, as we were within about 2 miles of the position, we saw a flare just off to the right side of the helicopter.
Wait, we got stuff over here. Boats on scene. They are alive. I think there's plenty of clear areas where we can put them in. I agree. For the most part, it's clear.
Well, up here in Kodiak, Alaska, we're dealing with temperatures. The water is right around 40 degrees right now, and that's going to give you very limited survival time if you're actually in the water. This captain and this crew had survival suits, they had emergency equipment, and they had rafts that were serviceable. They were prepared to be in a survival situation.
Ready for one free fall deployment of the swimmer.
We hovered over to where the life raft was.
Now you're gonna have to watch the swells here. Roger that. Easy down. Okay, there's 15.
and I free fell out of the helicopter.
And you can deploy swimmer. Roger. Deploy swimmer. Oars away. Oars in the water.
A free fall deployment, it's definitely the fastest way to get a swimmer in the water, to either assess the situation or just to try and help somebody out.
Swimmer's okay, clear back to left 30. Swimmer swimming out to 3 o'clock.
It was daytime, which is a requirement. We can't do it at night. And the seas weren't terrible. I mean, we can certainly do a free fall deployment when the seas are huge, but I might hesitate then because I might not get them back. That's always what you worry about. You put them in the water, are you going to be able to get them back?
And you can rig the basket. Roger, I'm advising the captain then. Yeah, this swimmer, he's made contact with the survivors in the raft. We're standing by for a head count. Swimmer, go ahead.
05 POV, including the child, over.
05 POV, including 1 child. It ain't that pretty out there, so we don't want to stick around here too long.
I swam over to them, got inside, I talked to them for a little bit, and I noticed that they had a 14-year-old male child on board. He was the first one to go.
I'm all rigged for the basket. Basket's going out the cabin door.
The entire time, I was just trying to hold on to him and talk to him, trying to calm him down.
Basket's 5 feet off the water and hold it. Copy. Roger.
As soon as the helicopter hit us with the rotor wash, he started freaking out. He was just a little bit scared. It felt like the water was going into his mouth.
They're right directly underneath the aircraft right now, okay? And hold. Easy back and hold. He's getting blown all over the place. Position of this basket in the water. This is no good.
I'm holding him to the best of my ability, dealing with him trying to roll over and coughing and yelling, and he was just a scared boy.
We're gonna wear him out. Well, let's just do it real quick. Okay, yeah, just do it. Easy left and hold. Source going left. I wonder if he's tired already. Having a hard time getting the driver in the basket. Weird. And hold. They're getting blown all over the place.
I got him into the basket.
Basket is clear of the water, clear back and left.
And it definitely was one of the hardest things I've ever done.
Basket's halfway up. Rumpy's directly underneath the aircraft. Roger. Basket's just below the cabin. Bring your basket up to the cabin door. Roger. That was maybe a little too close that time.
And we got him up into the helicopter, and the rest of the evolutions went pretty smooth.
Try to take the load. Take the load. Oh, that was a heavy one. Swimmer is clear of the water, clear back 20. Okay, left. I'm just gonna hold. Roger. Swimmer is halfway up, swinging a little bit. That's what it is. Swimmer is inside of the cabin. Yeah, raft. Sure. Hoist is complete. Okay.
People in Alaska are generally very, very well prepared because they know just how dangerous it can be if they go in the water up here. It's impressive, honestly, it really is.
The raft is sinking. Oh, it is? Yep. Oh, man. Let's get out of here. Yep.
Jumping off a listing boat, scariest thing ever happened to me in my life. I don't know what happened. It's like that perfect storm, and it happened so fast. That's what Alaska weather does to you.
When you go out there on any duty day, it's dangerous.
When you get in the water, your teeth hurt. You know it's cold when your teeth hurt.
Today we did a really good case. The captain did everything right. They were in a raft, number one, all in Gumby suits, which was great too. They also shot off flares just like they're supposed to, so we could see where they were once we got close, and we got in there and hoisted them all out of the water with a basket, got the swimmer recovered, and came back here.
Well, we got about in the middle of the Gulf, leaving Kodiak on our way to Whittier. The water started getting pretty rough, pretty big. Some of the swell was breaking over the bow and blew out one of the hatches, blew it clean off. I don't know what happened. All I know is that engine room started filling up with water, and it filled up quick, and it didn't take long before that thing was filled up and went over on her side. My 14-year-old son was the first one off the boat. Those guys were in their survival suits. They were getting off the boat. I barely got mine on. Glad I got it on. While the boat was starting to sink, I was still trying to get my arms in. Happened really quick. Probably she sunk in 25 minutes.
As I was going over the side, I kind of hit my face on it, went face first in the water. Jumping off a listing boat, scariest thing ever happened to me in my life. It's like that perfect storm, you know, that Clooney movie up in New England where everything just happens all at once. Well, that's what happened, and it happened so fast. That's what Alaska weather does to you. It puts you in a position where you better be ready, or you may be swimming with the fishes.
Hey, no, you guys did good. I appreciate it. Thanks for getting my crew out of that water. Yeah, we saw that flare right away. Well, I told them until they could see that chopper, don't shoot it.
There's nothing more satisfying than being able to look those guys in the eyes and you get a handshake, you get a thank you. You know, the reason why we all do this job is to save lives.
That kid, well.
That first one was hard. That first one was tough.
You all right? Yeah, good to go.
All right. So,
Yeah, way to go. It was my first big SAR case. It was good to finally put my training to the test, and I couldn't have asked for a better crew.
Currently in our program here at Air Station Kodiak, Alaska, we have 2 airmen in the trainee program. You could think of them as rescue swimmer candidates. They work out with the rescue swimmers on a daily basis. The workouts may involve running, a lot of swimming, of course, a lot of underwater work. There's a lot that goes into seeing if these candidates have what it takes to ultimately become a U.S. Coast Guard rescue swimmer.
Both myself and the person I'm going through the program with right now, Airman Culver, we get challenged daily through our workouts.
Clear rest. Crank them out. 10 of them, go. 1, 2.
I'm Charles Fowler, and I'm a Chief Aviation Survival Technician. All ASTs are helicopter rescue swimmers.
Up tall, hold the pool there.
Airman Music and Airman Culver, they're in the pool 2 days a week, and at least working out 3 days a week. And they start out from ground zero, and we try to build them up to where they can start into the AST Airman program.
It definitely helps having somebody with you to help look out for you. Just that companionship in this program is very beneficial.
Gear on, go. 2 minutes, you're wasting away. Go, get it on.
Michael Culver. I'm from Taylorsville, Georgia. My dad was in the Marines, and I felt that, I knew I wanted to serve my country and do time in the military, so I joined the Coast Guard and decided I'm gonna go rescue swimmer.
You have problems with your mask there, Culver?
Yes, Chief.
What's the problem?
There's just fogging up. I've got some anti-fog.
It wouldn't be a problem if you had pre-flied your gear, right?
No, it wouldn't have, Chief.
What's one of the key responsibilities for any desiring AST?
Pre-flight all gear.
You owe me for that. Music, you got a problem with your mask over there? I just spit in it, Chief. Why's it not on your face? Why'd you snorkel not in your mouth, Culver? All right. Underwater. Ready, set, go.
Most of our swimmers are proficient swimmers. However, what we are looking for is someone with a level of water confidence. I'll quote a former Master Chief, we want them to be an element of calm in a world of chaos. So it's not the perfect swim stroke or the fastest swimmer. It's the most proficient and the guy who can stand the endurance to remain out there for that period of time.
Training, it can be stressful at times. It's more than physical, though. It's mental. You've got to be able to hang in there.
Front approach. Coast Guard.
They want somebody that's going to get everything they've got, because there may be a point where you're going to have to put yourself at danger, and they don't want somebody that's going to quit on them.
Patients feigning.
Ready for one free fall deployment of the swimmer.
When we first saw the boat, I was a little concerned maybe putting the swimmer down. It was smaller than what we normally see.
My name's Claude Morrissey. I'm a rescue swimmer. I'm from Roxbury, New Jersey. It's God's country. The training we go through is every day we swim, we work out, we buddy tow, we wrestle in the water. It's this way we're ready to go.
Right now, me and Petr Stoker
We're prepping for a training flight.
What size truck header do you have?
16s. Big feet, know what they say. Big shoes. Yoo-hoo! Saving people's lives in the Coast Guard is exciting to me. I love my job. I'm animated. I got a big smile on my face. It's just cool. I'm a good-looking man, America. This better not wind up on YouTube. You pull a good rescue off as a crew, and you're just like, man, how do we do that? I'd do this for free if I had to. I love my job. When you go out there on any duty day, it's dangerous. You always got fog, you always got rain, you always got wind. And you put that together in a helicopter, it's not a good combination.
Roger.
Heavy seas, heavy surf, break and surf. It's a fight of your life for everybody out there.
Some of the weather challenges are the wind, the waves, the visibility. Seems like it's nasty all the time. When you get in the water, it's immediate shock. I mean, your teeth hurt. You know it's cold when your teeth hurt.
When we go out every day on duty, you know, you kiss your wife, you kiss your kids. That's what gives you the strength to do it, is knowing that if my son was out there in trouble, or my daughter, or my wife, I want somebody to go get him.
Who's your favorite daddy? Am I?
My strength is definitely my wife and my kids and my coworkers. I mean, huge strength. Love you.
I want to do that again.
You know, up here in the middle of nowhere, if you ain't got your family, you ain't got nothing. My wife's a big support of my life. The kids make it all fun. I do what I do for the family. They hook me up.
I worry about him. In the beginning, when we were married in Houston, he would call and tell me if he was going to go out on a case. And then after a while, I just said, please don't do it anymore, because I don't want to know. But I'm proud of him. I don't tell him a lot because his head might swell, but no, I'm proud of him.
She got it so bad. She got it so bad.
All right, guys, stretch out for a minute on your own, then we'll start our monthly PT exam. Today, we're going to start out with general cardiovascular exercises and muscle building strength exercises. Each component gives an idea of what the person's capability is in each evolution. Remember, proper form for you two airmen.
All right, Chief.
Proper form is key. If a member needs to push something away or pull something towards their body, the push-ups are an indication of the strength they have in that area. The pull-ups and chin-ups are even more important because that simulates us pulling up onto the side of a vessel, pushing up over, and then getting into the vessel itself. In the pool.
Any AST candidate, what we're looking for is water confidence. That is the key for our job. Most individuals can do the land portion of the physical fitness requirements. It's the pool portion that seems to separate.
Have you ever injured your knee before?
No, I'm not, Chief.
No leg injuries, ankle injuries, no nothing.
Broke my right ankle about almost 2 years ago, Chief.
Okay, show it.
All right, Chief.
You're short stroke. You're like just kind of doing that. You've got to get a full stroke.
All right, Chief.
Character, gentlemen. Character is what builds you. It's that heart. Grab your SAR babies.
All right, Chief.
100 yards. Go. The SAR baby, all it is a dive break. It's a 10-pound dive break. Just keeping it up out of the water that amount of time. It's just basically trying to simulate keeping a survivor's head out of the water. Homer, what's wrong with you? Why can't you keep that above water? Get your gear off. Go.
As far as the ASTs and the Chief's jobs, their job is to create that stress that we're going to feel when we're jumping in the ocean to save somebody. So you're there to see if you've got what it takes to go out in the real world and function well and not be nervous in time to save somebody's life.
I think your mast strap's all twisted. I think the snorkel's all twisted. Why don't you fix that real quick?
All right, Chief.
Are you nervous, Culver?
A little bit, Chief.
Why? Did I make you nervous?
No, Chief.
Well, why are you nervous? What seems to be the problem? No idea, right?
No, Chief.
In the water, down the shallow end, go! This is a professional arena, and you know, it's kind of that cliche with teachers, you know, they kind of are harder on their best students. Well, we're hard on all of them, but that's because we expect the very best from all of them. Oh my goodness.
We just received a call for a vessel with a 61-year-old male on board who was vomiting blood.
260 nautical miles offshore. Well, that sets alarm bells off already. And it's like, wow, that's a long ways away.
So we were already on a mission in the air when we got the call.
Requesting an emergency air transport to Homer.
We're overhearing some radio chatter about a boat with a guy having issues.
Is he conscious or unconscious over? He is conscious, but signs and symptoms are returning. So, Chris, can you describe to me signs and symptoms over? Severe nausea, possible, I don't know. I just need to get him out of here.
So we took down the position, found out it was only about 30 miles away. We were pretty much prepping to go. So when the divert call did come, we were able to get on scene quickly.
Here's 30 feet, check swimmer. Roger, check the swimmer. Swimmer's ready. Okay, and you can pretty much calm me down. I don't want to go any closer.
When we first saw the boat, I was a little worried about the size of it. Smaller than what we normally see. You know, I was a little concerned maybe putting the swimmer down. It was pitching pretty good for such a small boat. But we definitely need to put our swimmer down because we didn't really know what was wrong with the guy.
Easy down. Okay, there's 15. Give you wipers, and you can deploy swimmer. Roger. Deploy swimmer.
This is one of my first cases. Got to actually get lowered down to a boat because one of the younger guys.
Swimmer's okay, clear back to left 30. Roger, easy down. Roger.
When I'm in that situation, all your training just kind of kicks into gear. The flight medic lowered me down. You know, I want to be able to assess my patient as quick as possible so I can bring him up to the cabin safely.
And hook is 5 feet off the water and hold it. Copy in. Roger, easy forward right.
I got on scene. Patient fainting when he would stand up. And once I found that out, we decided to take his wife, so we sent her up first so she could get situated.
Position of dispatch in the water. This is no good.
Whenever we recover anybody from a vessel or from the water, they're going to be clearly shaken, a little distressed.
Basket is clear the water, clear back in. Roger.
What I try to do is just reassure them that this is routine, this is kind of what we do, and we're very professional, and just give them a little bit of peace of mind and let them know that everything's going to be okay.
That couple was out of Florida, and it was their first time in Alaska, and it puts a damper on their vacation, but they got to go home safe. It makes me feel proud to help people. It's not just about the glory or anything like that. It's just, you know, helping out the person.
Cabin doors super closed, nobody's buckled up. Roger.
It's always a blessing and gives job satisfaction on being able to help people. Yeah, it really makes the job worthwhile, and I love my job, I guess.
In the water, down the shallow end, go. The whole premise of this program is saving lives. When they hit the water, game on. It's time to go. No mistakes, No errors, because once they get into the field, they can't afford to make any mistakes. They could potentially lose their life or someone else.
I see your mask. There's water in there. Take it off.
Mike, is it just water in it or what's going on?
There's water in it.
All
It's
right.
like, yeah, it's like fishbowl, half and half, and he won't put his snorkel in his mouth.
So he's coming up without the snorkel in his
Yeah,
mouth?
and he's like, ooh.
Culver, over here. This is a simple mask on and drill, isn't it?
Yes, it is, Chief.
When did we start doing this?
Since day one, Chief.
Day one, right?
Yes, Chief.
Struggling bad on it. Week 14. How's the mask supposed to be when you come up?
It's supposed to be cleared.
What's the snorkel supposed to be?
In my mouth.
Hasn't been yet.
No, Chief.
Get it done.
All right, Chief.
In Airman Culver's case, he's been through 14 weeks of this program. He's a stellar candidate as far as physical fitness, but he's just frazzled, and you really see, oh my goodness, this person may not be able to handle lots of stress inputs at one time.
What part of over did you not understand? One breath, underwater, come up, go.
All right, Chief.
Go, Culver, go. Under, over, pay attention, go.
When you went through Western Summer School, you would get this knot in your stomach, kind of like your first date. You know, you're gonna pick your girl up for the first date, and you're like, oh man, my stomach is just killing me. You have to stay in shape, mentally and physically. You know, we have airmen here going through pre-training. Let's say there's 5 guys, 2 will drop. Then from there, 2 more will drop. So your attrition rate, for every 5 airmen you see, you get 1 guy. It's hard, but I'm sure if you were drowning in the ocean, you'd want the best of the best coming out to get you. We don't accept anything less than perfect.
We have not made it through one single drill today without something not being done correctly. Not one. Okay?
Hi, Chief.
How many mistakes are we afforded in the operating field in the line of duty?
0, Chief.
0, Chief.
How many mistakes are we afforded when we're working on life-saving equipment?
0,
0,
Chief.
Chief.
That's the tolerance that I expect.
You need to be ready, both mentally and physically. So as far as physically, I feel I'm there, and mentally, you know, that can be tricky when it comes to underwater. So that's something I've got to work on.
We just received a call from our Coast Guard SAR mission coordinator over here in Juneau, Alaska. They directed a launch for an H-60 helicopter to conduct a medevac for a vessel with a 61-year-old male on board who was in critical medical condition. He was vomiting blood and was going in and out of consciousness.
I am going flying. Today, the call came in, and we were actually preparing to go on another flight. We're actually going to do an aircraft swap in Cordova. My mind's thinking, all right, Cordova, a little lunch, a little sunshine, we're good to go. And, you know, the SAR alarm goes off. So now it's a total different train of thought. Now let's get ready. We've got a guy, we've got a medevac, and get out there and help this guy out. Got to show them that I can still do it. Cool. Still, occasionally, you need to go out there and show the boys you can do it, and you don't mind doing it, and you won't ask them to do anything that you won't do or haven't done.
Because of the distance down to scene, approximately 260 nautical miles, which is right near the maximum range for H-60 helicopters, we directed that they put on a maximum bag of fuel, which is 6,000 pounds. We also directed a launch of our Coast Guard C-130 airplane to provide communications cover and to provide advanced coordination with the vessel on scene.
It was 260 nautical miles offshore. Well, that sets alarm bells off already, because that's moving on to the end of our range because of fueling and what type of hoisting we may have to do once we get on scene. And I was like, wow, that's a long ways away.
61-year-old man, out of our range. Ops, can I get an ETA when the corpsman is going to be on board? Pamela's left the hospital. She should be on site any minute.
Flying on the 60 here in Alaska, we have the ability to carry corpsmen along with us. And these individuals can do higher advanced care that rescue swimmers can't do. They can push IVs, they can administer certain drugs and things like that. So it is, like in this case particularly, it is an advantage to have someone like that along with us.
Chief, can we go without the corpsman?
I mean, I'm good with it, sir. It's just at what cost? Yes, the advanced medical care that I can't provide.
potentially losing blood, you know, his IV is handy.
Okay. I just wanted to check in case it turns out to be a major fiasco as far as performance and I was away or whatever. This is a long flight. Okay, copy. The corpsman just arrived.
When we have a known medevac, it's common for us to bring a flight corpsman along with us, and they have a more advanced level of EMT skills that they apply more readily.
I'm Pamela G. LaCroix, and I'm an HS3 at the Rockmore King Clinic in Kodiak. And, you know, we save lives one at a time and do our medevacs when we're needed.
Are you guys also for takeoff? We're ready for takeoff.
The engines are actually going already. They're ready to take off. And so I look in the cabin and I see flight mech that I know, Mangum, and also the chief of the air stays in there, Chief Fowler. And I was excited to see the chief was in there. I've never had the opportunity to fly with him before. So he was our swimmer.
The C-130 was able to get there well in advance of the H-60. C-130 does about 2.5 times the speed of the helicopter. Got out on scene with the fishing vessel Seabird, a 167-foot converted former military naval vessel.
So what do you know so far?
Only that there's a GI bleed, 1-year-old male.
They will need the litter. Oh, they will? Yeah. Okay.
The litter is basically a stretcher, and the litter is always a demanding hoist. It's like carrying a 12-foot board and you're trying to walk through a 4-foot door. You got to turn it sideways, you got to pull it in the right way and sort of work it like a puzzle.
Approach speed at 100 feet. Just gotta keep an eye on that. Speed are good. Roger. Yeah, that works.
One of the things as a AST chief that I bring to the table that maybe some of the younger guys don't when I'm out on the search and rescue cases. I've done this for a few years. I've seen some of these things. I've been through some of these things. So I don't have the amped up energy of, oh my goodness, this is my first one. The game slows down for me. What is really minutes and seconds to me seems much longer when I'm assessing a patient or performing a rescue.
You have door speed, Alex. You want to choose to open it now? Roger. That looks like it's doable. Roger. Looks like a pretty big area, with the exception of that center tower there, so we'll see.
This one turns out to be a large vessel with several cranes on it, a large superstructure in the center. And whenever you're dealing with obstacles on a boat, it's always a potential hazard for hoisting conditions. You don't want to put your swimmer into it. You don't want to let them contact it. You don't want to get things tangled up in it. When things get tangled, things go bad.
Okay, hoist is on.
So we get Chief rigged up. He always goes down with his fins and his goggles just in case he has to get wet, bend a ship, whatever. We take no chances.
Swimmer's ready. Take swimmer outside cabin for a load check. Load check complete. Swimmer's on his way down.
When we're deployed down to a vessel, we have the wind coming at our face from the helo. You see the motion of the seas below you. You see that the vessel's still underway, and you're being lowered down, and you're flying forward at the same time. So all of these things are dynamics which play into it. You know, when you first experience this, it's kind of a different phenomenon. Later in your career, it becomes second nature.
So we put him down on the vessel. He gives me the thumbs up, calls for the litter. It's a sign. They put it over the head, they make an L. That lets us know without even having to use radio communication that's what he wants.
Litter's going down. Position looks good. Roger. The litter's on deck.
My swimmer's on deck, we get the litter on deck. Chief gives me the thumbs up. I realize it's gonna take a minute, and he disappears down deck. Whenever you see your swimmer disappear, you know, it's a small amount of anxiety. You want to make sure you keep eyes on him at all times. That's what we train for.
I am trying to get eyes on him because I'd just like to see, you know, what am I dealing with here? Because you never know.
Oh, it looks like he's in pain. Yeah, it does. Good coming. Nice. Kind of pale green. Yeah, he don't look too good.
The pilots are saying he's looking kind of green in the gills. And, you know, I just want to see if he's hypothermic or what kind of things we need to do to help this patient.
Ready? Have the ready to pick up. The litter is clear of the deck. Litter's on its way up.
Once we have the patient back on board the aircraft, the next thing is to retrieve myself. They'll lower the rescue hook down to me. I'll clip in and reverse the way that I was deployed.
Whoever's cleared deck. She's committed. Right, she's committed. But we are definitely ready for forward flight. All right, how you doing? Okay. Are you guys starting an IV? Yes, sir. Wondering how difficult that is moving helicopter.
In this case, the corpsman and I tagged up together. She immediately started putting in an IV and getting some vital signs and stuff, and I started out with the oxygen administration. Had I not had the corpsman there, I could not have administered the IV. It's above my scope.
Hey, Pam, if you need anything, let me know, otherwise I'll stay out of your way.
An IV, which is probably the most important part with all the blood loss. He's got to get that volume to be able to press it through, his heart to pump it through the body. After that, put a big wool blanket to keep him covered up and warm because it gets cold in there. We had the heat going from the front. We were all sweating, but as long as the patient is comfortable, that's what we're there for.
Hey, sir, what's our ETA to hold plate? An hour and a half. Hour and a half, roger.
He was a 61-year-old male, 260 nautical miles offshore, and he had some internal bleeding of some type. Primary thing was getting down to the vessel and hoist him up to the helicopter. At any time we have a long transit like this, the key thing is to make sure that the patient's as comfortable as we can make them.
Not feeling good, definitely.
In our 2-hour transit back from the vessel, he got a little sick on the way back. When you get that situation, there's not much you can do on the aircraft, so we just tell him, relax as much as you can, and if it happens, it happens.
Oh my gosh, he's got some black coming out of his nose. Looks bad, yeah.
Okay.
Is it blood?
It might be blood, but it's not active bleeding.
Yeah.
No, it's okay. Not okay, but...
Yeah. Ready for a push.
He was in pretty good spirits. He tried to joke a couple of times. At one point, I told him we were 10 minutes out. He said, make it 5 minutes. He wanted on deck quickly.
Roger.
We've got oxygen and an IV going for him, and he's looking a little bit better. He's got color back, about the 3rd bag of IV fluid.
All right, here we go.
Once we complete a SAR case and we're able to transfer that patient to higher level care, it's always comforting to know that an individual is going to be able to return to their normal life after you've helped them get them off of an emergent situation. It goes more along the holistic views of Alaska. We're here for the fishermen, the fishermen are here for the economy. So it's a complete circle.
It is a rush of adrenaline. It's the cool part of my job. It's kind of that bad side you actually get to be a part of, so I'm privileged and happy to be part of that.
You guys ready? Let's hit the beach. Get your stuff on, go.
Put your jackets.
Come on.
After a rescue like the Seabird, going out there and putting yourself in harm's way, it's really nice to come home, get some family time, and just get away where we can go and be isolated and spend some quality time with each other.
Come here, bud.
My wife, Michelle, is my best friend. We've been married 10 years now. We have 3 wonderful children. Audrey's 10, Autumn's 7, and Jacob's 4.
Watch out, Adam.
Our favorite place to go is definitely Boy Scout Beach. It's right off of the Buskin River. There's always plenty of driftwood, plenty of wood for a fire, and it's a great place to just get away and get isolated and spend that family time.
Dad!
What?
Daddy! Stop now!
You're gonna slide out the edge.
Our favorite thing to do is have a bonfire, definitely roast some s'mores out on the beach, do some beach combing, looking for seashells, and use those things to decorate the house. There's some fun stuff to climb on out there, trees, and climbing the ropes up the side of the hill, and just getting away and having that family time together.
Oh, I'm a rock star. I ham it up when I get home. I kiss the old lady and tell her I saved lives and tell the kids their dad just flew on a helicopter, and it feels real good to go home at the end of the day and know what job we do and the difference that we make in people's lives.
You're crazy.
Whoa!
I'm a little jealous, I'll say that I stay home and take care of kids and clean a house, you know, I'm cleaning toilets, and then he comes home, he's like, yeah, you know, I've been saving people all day, flying around. I saw all kinds of animals today, and, you know.
I think it's cool, but I wouldn't want to be up in that helicopter with a wide door open. I'm afraid of heights.
Me too. Me too.
I feel like I've grown a lot in these short 4 months. I was taking a run this weekend just around the peninsula, you know, kind of getting good workout and cardio in. I slowed down to a walk and took my headphones out and started listening to the ocean and just stuff going on around me, and I kind of related that to my life situation.
Go, Cobra, go! Under, over, go! Feel like you're letting your team member down?
Yes, Chief.
You should.
I realize I'm 21 years old. I'm not ready at the moment to be a rescue swimmer. So let them know that it wasn't something that I felt I was really ready for at the time. I didn't want to have somebody in need of me and I lose composure when they needed me the most. And then we wind up with 2 people in danger.
At any point in time that the individual decides that they do not want to continue with training, they have the option of saying DOR. It's disenroll on request. Not everybody is an AST. Not everybody can be an AST, and not everybody wants to be. In Airman Culver's case, he never quit physically. You know, even when he struggled at times, he still pushed forward and pushed forward. So, you know, you admire an individual who gives 100% effort, and then when they decide it's not for them, then, you know, you have to respect that. That's an individual choice.
Senior Chief Hall, Chief Fowler, all of the ASTs, they're really great leaders. They really instilled a lot in me. The lessons that I've learned and how much I've matured and grown, I don't think that I would have gotten that experience being on any other unit.
We need a chopper. We got a guy hurt really badly.
He had a big laceration right above his eyes. You just couldn't tell because of all the blood.
Lures ready?
Got on scene and found the vessel hard aground on an island.
Go!
The training is intense. Just giving my best shot.
Easy forward to right.
It's very vital, especially in Alaska, to be ready for certain things. And my #1 job is to make sure the patient comes back alive.
The vast Alaskan wilderness, a place where beauty is cloaked by danger. Here every day, 350 highly trained men and women risk their lives to save others. America's deadliest waters are protected by Coast Guard Alaska.
Hey, Jim, it's Doug. Okay. So is the vessel in risk of going down? All right. Any injuries?
We got woke up at 3:30 this morning to the SAR alarm for a vessel with a 406 EPIRB going off. So we knew we had some people who were in distress.
An EPIRB is a radio beacon that it gives us a starting point to just plug into our flight computer and beeline right to rescue people in need.
Seas are calm, fog, 15 knots of wind. They're in their 6-minute survival raft with their survival suits on. It's tied to the vessel currently. They said they can't tell that there's been a breach of the hull. Meet you out there.
I wasn't even expecting it to still be dark.
Yeah, it won't be dark for long.
Alaska is a very extreme environment, and we try and instill that upon all of our personnel. When you talk about the survivability rates and 2 to 5 minutes to live when folks go in the water, it's critical for us to be able to respond. It's also critical for us to be able to make sure that our aircraft are equipped and responding with the most highly trained personnel and with the best prepared equipment that they can, so that we ourselves do not become a search and rescue case.
got on scene and found the vessel hard aground on an island. The crew had done really well to prepare themselves. They had gotten in their survival suits, gotten into the life raft, and tied the life raft off the vessel so they wouldn't float away.
Swimmers ready? Boy, swimmer. Swimmers in the water. Swimmer swimming out until 3 o'clock.
All right, what's going on, guys? Okay, all right, here's the deal. I'm gonna grab one of y'all, we'll swim y'all out. Right over here. And then what we're gonna do is we're gonna put you in a basket, place you up.
First thing we do is we assess the survivors, make sure that they're not injured, that they're ready to get out of there, that they got all their essentials. If they've got medical issues, all their medications, and then we just get them out as fast as possible.
Got any questions? All right, no injuries or anything? All right, stand by one, let me make sure it's clear. Stop!
And you can rig the basket.
Okay, pop.
Ready for one basket hoist as the survivor. Hoist complete. Roger, get the survivor out of the basket.
When I get the survivors back onto the helo, try to show them that I'm calm so that they know that this is normal everyday business for the Coast Guard. And then I knew I still had 2 guys in danger that were still over in the raft, so of course it's not over till it's over.
And swimmer's at the hook. Good position, swimmer's hooking up to the hoist hook. Roger. And hold, he's directly below us. Bring your basket up to the cabin door. Roger.
When I get the survivors back onto the helo, there's some guys that are wild-eyed and never been through anything like that before, and it's devastating. Just make sure they're comfortable. Try not to stir up any worries or fears about the boat that they just left. I mean, that's their livelihood.
Ready for pickup with the last survivor? Copy, over. Here, 3 hours local. After the last test, he's ready for pickup. However, he's really hesitant to leave the boat. He says the boat has no holes in it. He's got pretty much all of his personal property. I'm just telling him he's got to get in the boat. I think he wants to be left behind. I'll copy, over.
The captain was pretty distraught by having to leave his boat. He had to leave his livelihood behind. So I had to reassure him that, it's just material. It can be replaced.
Having a hard time getting the survivor in the basket.
You want to be left behind, is that what you're saying? I'll tell you what, you're alive, dude. You got your life fast for a reason, all right? Captain's coming.
Sometimes it is difficult to get a survivor in the basket. They get caught up in the moment. They've never been in a situation like that before. You just gotta make eye contact with them, let them know that it's all good. Once you put them in the basket and they realize that they're going up into the helicopter, that the worst of it's over.
Begin the hoist. Roger, back. Roger, rescue checklist complete.
Once we get all the survivors secured in the aircraft, we make our way back home as fast as possible, just in case there's any medical emergencies. The mission's not complete until we're all safe on deck.
We were in a tight spot, and they showed up, and we're heroes. We did everything perfectly. Calmed us down, they assessed the situation, they went through the right motions.
Everybody doing good back there? They are, they're all in good shape.
Thank God for them. God bless them.
Now the 3rd time they've pulled me out of the water.
With the helicopter. And once by boat.
Yeah, once by boat.
Man, good job.
You still live to tell about it.
I mean, this is, what, 20 years ago?
Yeah, 91. It was
So almost 20 and a half years ago.
20 or something years ago.
I wasn't even born yet.
That makes me feel old.
This rescue is very remarkable in many ways. This is this guy's 3rd time getting picked up out of the ocean. It's one of our first cases, dating back 20 years ago. So we never forget the people, and I don't think they forget us either. It's just amazing to me. I'm getting goosebumps. Look, I'm getting goosebumps.
Yeah, wouldn't get 40-foot seas.
Oh my God.
Blowing 80, blowing 80, 120, I think, gusts. And
this is the
we're
first.
in the water 8 hours. Wow.
How many hours in the water?
I think 6 hours, 6, 7 hours.
And then
something like
H3
that.
came out and got you.
Yeah, the C-130 found us, and then when we seen them, we were kind of happy that we knew maybe somebody was coming.
Isn't that amazing? Tell me that's not amazing, Sarah.
It's amazing.
Yeah, look in good shape, right? That's what's amazing, right?
I believe in karma. Karma's huge. When you really get, the crap scared out of you, and you come back from it, and you save somebody's life, it's the best thing ever. It's like, I don't know, winning the lottery. I think it's one of them moments in life where you always remember, knowing that you basically gave somebody life, as a crew. So that's huge. Let's get more pudding for you, Captain.
We did get a new airman to Air Station Kodiak.
The training is intense. You gotta kind of prove yourself to these guys.
We had an incident where a gentleman suffered a severe head injury.
He had a very big laceration right above his eyes. You just couldn't tell because of all the blood.
Good morning, Captain, Ops, CO. So right now, these guys are returning from a SAR case. This was fishing vessel, set off their EPIRB. Got a call from our District 17 Command Center to send the helicopter to the fishing vessel Bear, which has 3 persons on board, run aground. They lowered the rescue swimmer to the water, hoisted up the 3 crewmen of fishing vessel Bear, recovered the rescue swimmer, and came back.
Clearly a potential life-threatening situation, but worked out great. Not every medevac is going to work out quite that well, but worked out great this time.
3 lives saved, yes, sir.
When the case is over and the job is done, you've got that sense of satisfaction, and you come back to a community where the people really appreciate the Coast Guard. That's incredibly rewarding.
In the Coast Guard, we all move during the summer months. That's our transfer season. New personnel coming in, old personnel leaving. We did get a new airman to Air Station Kodiak. He's a little bit different in our typical airman. Mike Hernan is actually a petty officer. He was an MK3. So he's already a rated personnel. So he's decided now he wants to become an AST rescue swimmer.
My name is Michael Hernan. I'm a machinery technician, 3rd class, petty officer in the airman program, switching rates. So here I am. I heard the program's really intense, really demanding, but I'm ready. I've been training hard, just giving my best shot.
Welcome to Kodiak. It's been a busy first day, but this is par for the course. This program is going to take a toll on you over the next few months. You have to be willing to sacrifice that.
Over the next 4 months, you are going to be enduring some of the most physically challenging environments that you have ever been in. I cannot impress enough on you as how important it is to focus on what's at hand here. We cannot afford to make mistakes because when we make mistakes, people lose their life.
But you got to put your heart and your soul into it to be successful at this.
You're going to be in some instances and environments that you are not going to feel comfortable in. You must tough through it. Good?
Good, Chief.
Hey, welcome aboard.
Thanks, Chief.
We wish you the best, and remember, this is a short 4-month period for the goal of a lifetime. As long as you keep that in the back of your mind, you'll do well.
I came in here not really knowing what the expectations were going to be, but I knew they were going to be demanding, for sure. He said it was tough, but just push through it, don't give up.
Line up over here, guys. We're gonna do a roll call real quick. Kodiak class.
This is the 2011 Eco Challenge, U.S. Coast Guard Eco Challenge. It's put on by NWR, Morale, Welfare, and Recreation. It's a division of the Coast Guard that connects us to the local community.
Here we go. Right over there's the trail. Go, go.
Okay.
I'm Anna Arnold. My dad's in the Coast Guard here in Kodiak, and I'm here for the Kodiak 2011 Eco Challenge. My team is the Kodiak Clam. I raced with Claude, Nate, and Steve. Claude and I did it together last year, so we wanted to team up again this year.
It's just a ton of fun because it's just, you're out there just doing it, you know, beautiful day in Kodiak. You know, it's just fun being out there with people you like.
That guy in a little coat.
Worthless, Claude. You're worthless.
The race is about 11 hours, tough course this year. We trekked a lot, and the rafting is intense. Claude went head first with his camera in the water.
Nate, help me, Nate. I'm drowning.
Then he had a meltdown.
Stand up, rescue swimmer.
Yes, give her a hug. Give her a hug.
We got our butts kicked that whole river.
Come here. Oh.
Final major obstacle, of course, was a zip line across Lonely Creek. Once we got across, we had a mad dash to the finish line.
Go, you guys, go.
All right, you're good to go. Watch your fingers.
So at the traverse, I was going across, you know, and I was screaming across.
You gotta push through those bushes.
Oh, God.
That's awesome. Oh, yeah, perfect clearance.
I got jammed up there.
Oh.
We lost Claude for a minute there.
Nate and Steve and Anna pulled me. I'm not embarrassed. I'm 280 pounds, you know. That's what the team's all about, you know, equal challenge. Everybody help each other out and get across. I'd rather jam a pencil in my eye twice than do that again. Our families are here at the finish line. We came in fourth, but it's not about winning. It's about bringing everybody together, community and Coast Guard.
It's a good time. It's challenging, and you feel very accomplished when you're done.
The Coast Guard is totally about teamwork. The Coast Guard is all about making families happy, you know, taking care of their people. It's the best job in town.
He had severe trauma. He was combative.
Pretty substantial head injury, open wounds, he was bleeding everywhere.
I tried to get some vitals, but for the most part, I was trying to hold him down.
They're fighting you because they don't know what's going on.
With any airman candidate, it's an evaluation process, and it's a holistic evaluation process. We did get a new airman to Air Station Kodiak. Mike Hernan is actually a petty officer. He's decided now he wants to become an AST rescue swimmer.
All right, so music, go ahead and be Petty Officer Hernan spotter, please. Okay, no rest, muscle failure. Go.
With Petty Officer Hernan, we'll do the PTN test. It'll start out with the land portion of PT, and then we'll go on to the 1.5 mile run, 500-yard swim, and then the underwaters.
You're done, good. All right, good effort. Okay, all the way up, go.
The in-test was much more difficult than I imagined. Ever since I joined the Coast Guard, I've wanted to become a rescue swimmer, and I'm going to do whatever it takes to get into the program.
Okay, you're done, you're done. Very well, shake it off, blow it out. Stretch out your calves, your hamstrings, your quads, and get ready to run. All right? Okay. Just get out there, go for a 1.5 mile run, get the lead out. Okay, I'm looking for a personal best from you is what I'm looking for. Set, go.
I joined the Coast Guard back in 2007. Been in for a little over 4 years now. I was a machinery technician, and I'm switching rates over, just doing what I want to do now. I got a decent time on my run. I kept pace with airman music, and now we're getting ready to go into the pool portion of the in-test. Growing up in California, I was close to the beach, so I have a lot of experience, you know, swimming around, being comfortable in the water. Underwater, I guess I'll just wait and see.
All right, we're gonna do 4 underwaters. You're gonna swim the full length of the pool underwater. Do you have any questions?
No, Senior Chief.
Set. Go.
The pool, that was my toughest spot. I think that's most everybody's. Certain things, especially underwaters, that's where it was really tough. Your brain's telling you to pop, you need oxygen, but you can hold your breath longer than you think, so you just have to fight through the urges. It was hard because you gotta kind of prove yourself to these guys.
Okay, Officer Hernan, that is the completion of the Airman PT-in test, and you've successfully completed it. Okay, so you are officially in the program, all right? So good job this morning, good numbers. Go ahead and head in the locker room and get changed out then. All right, he did well. So yeah, he's a good candidate for our program.
So today with Petty Officer Hernan, he passed this test. And we moved to another situation which is more real life. I'm just looking for his comfort in water. See how he reacts to the rotor wash of the helicopter. See how he reacts to some of the other conditions. Anytime that I take an airman out on a flight, they serve in a position as a survivor, typically called a duck.
Duck flights, me as the victim.
You want to get an individual in any kind of environment, make sure that they can handle the really bad stuff later on in their career. Because today is a training environment, he's got someone with him. Once he gets out in the search and rescue case and he's in some dark and stormy weather, he's on his own. Because if the individual is possibly panicked or stricken a little bit now, we need to educate them and train them as to how to deal with those types of situations.
The training is intense. They hand me the hook, I hook up, everything has to be precise. And it makes sense because if you screw up once, it could be right when I hit the water, unhook and just swim at the helicopter's 1 to 2 o'clock position. Just sitting out there in the ocean by myself is unreal.
Ready for one free fall deployment of the swimmer. Doors away.
When they're being survivors, they get an idea of what it's like when that helicopter approaches and they're being tossed about due to the rotor wash.
Swimmer is clear the water. Swimmer is halfway up. Swimmer is at the cabin door.
When I'm out there being the survivor, I just try to take it all in. Because hopefully I'll be in their position one day.
Roughly around 2 a.m. we got the call. It was reports of a 22-year-old male, vomiting blood, appendicitis. Just have to go get our stuff ready and we have to load up the plane. Get ready to go.
My name is AST3 Rafael Aguero and I am a rescue swimmer here at Air Station Kodiak. Call came in, a medevac 200 miles southwest of Kodiak, a possible guy with appendicitis. Every mission that we do out here is time critical.
Emergency survival equipment, make sure everybody's got your appropriate gear. Yes, sir. Okay. No questions, we'll head on out.
My name is Lieutenant John Kirk, and currently I'm standing the Operations Duty Officer Watch. So we have the container vessel with the individual with appendicitis down here, which is approximately 280 nautical miles to the southwest of Kodiak, which is located here. A burst appendix can be potentially life-threatening, so we wanted to be able to get him off the vessel as soon as possible.
I am Felipe de Freitas, medevac specialist. I get my stuff, and then I'm ready to rumble. And this patient was actually appendicitis, so I had to get all the, medication, narcotics, that kind of stuff. I mean, we carry about 200-some pounds worth of gear.
It's a medevac of a 22-year-old male who's vomiting up blood. We're calling like a half a mile viz with fog. Hopefully that'll clear out by the time we get there, and we're gonna have a C-130 flying out there with us to give us an update on the weather and the information. So if all goes well, hopefully we'll get out there as the sun's coming up and get them off and get them back here.
Roger, Coast Guard Rescue 1
Brad Steinbach, Petty Officer 2nd Class and Aviation Maintenance Technician. My job involves hoisting the basket and to the deck and loading up the survivor and bringing him back into the cabin. You don't really know what's going to happen when you get there, so you just kind of plan for what you can.
There they are. Yeah, below us. We can downscale a little bit there.
When we got on scene, it was still pretty dark out. We decided to lower the basket to the deck.
Hey, Buttermilk Star Grand, if you can have the patient move just outside the helo pad, we'll move in for the hoist. Don't let anybody touch the basket until it's touched the deck and discharges static electricity. Okay, running up. Easy forward to right.
The deck was pretty wet, so when I had the basket on deck, it decided to slide around a little bit.
Position looks good. You can just off easy faster.
Slid right on in, over the boat, picked him up.
Basket's halfway up. Bring your basket up to the cabin door. Roger.
I get him in the cabin, and then I start assessing the things I may need to do for him. Vital signs, IV, a very important thing to start right off the bat. And then I also check his blood glucose. And from then on, is just monitoring, make sure that he's doing well, all his vital signs are stable. And my number one job as the medical person on board is to make sure the patient comes back alive. The great thing I think about my job and how it helps is, for example, this patient that I had today, appendicitis, I was able to actually, with the training that I've had through the Coast Guard, diagnose him that he actually had the appendicitis and be able to treat him accordingly.
In my eyes, I have the best job as a flight mechanic in Kodiak, Alaska. It's in the Coast Guard. You can, just nothing better. You go out and save people and come back. The place is beautiful. This one went very well. I had an ambulance waiting for him on deck, and it was a good day for us. It could have been a better day for him.
I am HS2, Felipe de Freitas. I work as an aviation mission specialist. We fly medevacs. When I'm not at work, I am a blasted man, married to a beautiful wife, and have 2 little girls. I have a 3-year-old and a 10-month-old.
Here we go.
I have a very, very, very supportive wife.
All right.
Good job, big girl. I'm what I am because of her, and I have no doubt about that.
I'm very proud of him. I couldn't be happier with the choices that he's made and how that reflects on us as a family.
I was born and raised in Brazil, moved up here to America, and always want to serve the military here. So I stopped for a sec, and I was like, you know, I can't really be jumping off helicopters shooting at people, but I can save lives. And so I did.
No, she's crawling.
Awesome. The 10-month-old just started crawling right now, so I make sure to be part of that as much as I can. Look at the ball. Look at the ball. And the 3-year-old, I mean, she's all about playing, playing sports.
It gets hard sometimes because he's the one that everybody can go to get stuff done.
When you're doing this profession and you have to be as away from the family as sometimes you must be, it's very difficult.
So sometimes he stays longer at work because of that.
Well, definitely this is the moment to work for. Come home and have a healthy family, healthy home.
You know, if it's my calling in life to take care of our family while he's away saving other people, it's worth it.
We take out.
Petty Officer Hernan has definitely progressed throughout the program since he's been here. The airman program currently, they go to an air station for 4 months, and that's the beginning of their phase to become helicopter rescue swimmers.
The first few weeks were intense just because I wasn't used to it. But as weeks went on, I wouldn't say it got easier, but I got more comfortable in the water. Getting over the hump feels awesome.
Squirt.
You want to see me, Chief?
Petty Officer Hernan, come on in. Got good news for you. I have orders for you for AST Airman A School.
Awesome. Thanks, Steve.
All right, so now the real deal begins. What we do here in the Airman program is just prepare him for the rigors that he'll see at A School. A School, they get much deeper and much more heavily involved. Definitely the PT steps up to a different level. You've done a good job here in this program. I expect nothing but the same from you. Make me proud by doing what you're capable of doing.
All right, Chief.
Okay? Stay strong and keep pushing forward.
Sounds
Congratulations.
good, Chief. Thanks again. Thanks for all your support.
You bet. You have to remember there's only 350 ASTs in the Coast Guard, and that's a very small group when you're talking about 35,000 active duty members in the Coast Guard. You develop a strong tie with an individual that you know, hey, I can trust you with my life. I can trust you with my child's life. That's even more important. We're all in it together, and we all got each other's back.
Got through the program, 16 weeks. It was real tough. Didn't know what to expect coming here, but I made it. Looking back on day one to now, it's a huge difference. It's been a tough 4 months, and moving on to the next step feels good. I'm ready. I feel great. I'm in the best shape of my life, and it's just gonna get better. I haven't told my mom I received orders yet. She'll probably cry.
We got a guy hurt really badly.
Details about it, over.
Yeah, we had a ring bar slipped out and hit a guy in the head.
We had an incident where a gentleman on a purse-seiner suffered a severe head injury. A block and tackle came back, struck him in the face. We got that call at about 9, 10 o'clock. So they're working towards Uscg Island, if you could see it here. Not too far away from us, almost in our backyard.
XO, let's go. I'm Chief Brumley. I'm the officer in charge of Kodiak. It's Aids and Navigation Team. Basically what the deal is the decision was made not to launch a helicopter due to the low ceilings. So we've been asked if we can go out and assist with the medevac. So we're taking a crew on the 41-footer, headed out toward Uscg to meet up with the boat.
Board clear? All right, we're in the green. We're gonna head out.
My name is MK3 Richard. I'm the engineer on the small boat. We got underway. The ceiling was dropped, so they couldn't launch a helicopter yet. The guy had sustained some facial injuries, so what was going through our heads was, how are we gonna be able to get this person out of here?
We got a call from Sector Anchorage reporting that a member of a fishing vessel had gotten struck in the face with a deck fitting, messed his face up pretty good. They want to medevac him from the fishing boat back to Kodiak. The decision was made not to launch a helicopter due to the low ceilings, so we're going to use our resource to get him medical attention.
About 1.5 miles. The weather is basically grounded the air station for responding to the case that they normally would. Small boat has a little more visibility closer to the water. We're a little slower getting there, but I think it's a good, reliable way to get this guy back and get the proper medical treatment that he needs.
405, Sector Anchorage, 2 over.
So we're about halfway there. We get a call from Sector Anchorage. They let us know that the victim, his condition was worsening, so they were launching the helicopter to get him from Uscg. We made the decision to continue out there just to make sure that he had a resource and a way to get back to proper medical, treatment.
My name is Scott Gordon. I'm a AST-1 rescue swimmer here in Kodiak, Alaska. We got a call for a case over in Uscg for somebody that has a head injury. The weather's cleared up a little bit. We're going to be able to make our way over there. Not real sure what we're gonna get into. Get the sense that we need to maybe hurry a little bit, still being safe, but at the same time, we need to get over there because we do have somebody with a head injury. We need to bring him back here to Kodiak so he can get some proper medical care. So the boat crew will meet the patient in Ozinki, and they're gonna transport him to the landing strip, and we're gonna go ahead and meet him there and pick him up and bring him back to Kodiak.
The harbor master met us. We made sure to let him know that they were sending a helicopter.
Somebody want to come up to the clinic and assess?
So I sent 2 of my crewmen with the harbor master to help assist getting the victim to the helicopter.
I'm Dan Clarion. I'm the mayor of the city of Uzinki and also the acting harbor master and fire chief. We've got a fisherman that was apparently his ring bar snapped when they're pulling up the weight, and the bar hit him in his face, and it looks like probably most of his facial bones are probably broken. Right now they're treating him at the clinic. He stopped breathing a couple times and he's lost quite a bit of blood.
Okay, they're going to be meeting us here in about 15 minutes from now at the Airport. Accident. Get him ready.
He's holding steady. He's been going between 40 and 60 on his pulse. I do have 4 milligram of lorazepam on board because he has been seizing. He's also been vomiting blood and he is combative. Okay, I've got 176/82 at 10:38.
The medical facilities in Uzinki were actually outstanding. The people that were working there were doing a really good job. They had him in a gurney. He had a very big laceration right above his eyes, his nose, and some of his teeth were either missing or you just couldn't tell because of all the blood.
Is the ambulance ready? They're ready.
We're ready.
Let's do it. Good, Daniel. We're going to move you, buddy.
Daniel, this is Irene. I'm helping you breathe.
We're up.
1, 2, 3.
Okay. Nice and easy. Okay, you get it, Irene? You do it. Good. Head or feet first. Head first, please.
Head first, please.
Got you. We're moving you, Daniel. You look good. 100%.
As soon as we could get him stable enough in the gurney, then we could start thinking about transporting him. He was vomiting, so we needed to make sure that he wasn't going to choke on his own vomit or suffocate himself. We had to make sure all that would pass before we could transport him, and we finally got him stable enough to get him into the ambulance.
I'm David Call, HS3 over the clinic, EMT Emergency Medicine. We went and picked him up. We were told that he had severe trauma and that he was combative.
He was having a pretty tough time, pretty substantial head injury. He had some open wounds. He was bleeding everywhere. The nose injury was pretty wide. He had some bones protruding, so it was pretty substantial.
So we brought him, put him on the helo, made sure that his head was towards the door just in case, because they said he was puking up dark blood, which usually means that the blood from his sinuses and his nose is going into his stomach and coagulating. So once we got up to about 200 feet, he started getting more combative, which probably means there's intracranial pressure, swelling or blood inside his cranium. We kept bagging him. I tried to get some vitals, but for the most part, I was trying to hold him down. At one point, it took myself and the AMT both to hold him down.
For the most part, he was fighting us the whole way. Head injury, that kind of thing will happen. They're fighting you because they don't know what's going on.
He was responsive to painful stimuli around his lower occipital towards the nose. His nose right here, the gash, ran down like this. His nose was actually, instead of on the lip, his nose was about an inch higher. I tried to check his eyes, but his eyes were so swollen that I actually could not see his eye.
got a call this morning for a medevac for a guy who was on a fishing boat and he got hurt.
The weather that day wasn't good. We had a really low layer fog. Visibility wasn't too good, I'd say 3/4 to a mile. So we started moving in that direction via boat, vessel, transport. And then the severity of the injuries kind of came to us or to our district office and they asked for the launch. It was a solid team effort as far as the AMP boat made it on scene and they were able to transport that victim or help take that victim out of the local clinic where further transport from the 60 picked them up to get them back here to medical attention in Kodiak.
When we got on scene, they brought him right to us, a helicopter, we landed. He was pretty combative, unresponsive. He was having a pretty tough time, pretty substantial head injury.
We continued to bag him the whole time. His pulse was strong, but fast. It was an unusual pulse. It wasn't a steady pulse. Pretty much for the duration of the trip, I was over the top of him with my body weight on top, trying to hold him down. He was swiping at his face, trying to get the mask off. And I put a compress over his nose to try to stop the bleeding, kept it out of his eyes. I wiped as good as I could the blood away from his face to check and make sure there wasn't any more bleeding. Other than that, we did about all we could.
It was a short transport time, lucky for us. We didn't have to go very far. He didn't have real stable vitals for the most part on the way back here. We just got him back as quick as we could and get him to advanced care.
Hey, calm down, we're here, it's all right. Relax. Relax. He's got blood coming out of his ears. He's combative, really combative, so everything we tried to do, he's fighting us the whole way. He's got major head trauma. There's blood coming out of his ears. When we went up to 200 feet, he pretty much freaked out and it was took pretty much. He's been fighting us the whole way. Yeah, I haven't been able to really do anything.
Get him in the ambulance. This is one of those cases where this is somebody that needs to get to the hospital and get, definitely a higher level of advanced medical care than what we can provide for him. It affects you. It was pretty severe. He's going to need some kind of surgery and hope that, he's going to be okay.
My son was in a terrible accident on a commercial fishing boat. They got him to Kodiak, saved my son's life. A number of people saved my son's life, but the Coast Guard were one of them. And then there was this wonderful Coast Guard young man that sat in the emergency room with me for a good hour. He sat there, held my hand. It was wonderful. And now, a month later, we are all here. We're friends put together a wonderful benefit dinner for Daniel. This is his college fund now. And to help us through, because there's a lot of bills that need to be paid for this.
$30. Hey, the community in Kodiak got together, and this is a fundraiser, and it's all to help with the medical bills and for college bills for Daniel. Daniel is best friends with my son Abraham. They're both young, aspiring fishermen. Could have been my son that got hurt, but it was Daniel. So we all stick together on this stuff. It's a small town, and I think we're there for each other. But I would like to mention that the Coast Guard is part of that community. People here in the Coast Guard are very much appreciated for what they do. I mean, many of my friends are alive because the Coast Guard pulled them out of the water. We depend on the Coast Guard with our lives. I think that's the reality of it.
The Coast Guard in Kodiak is important to us because they save our families, they save our children, they save our men and women who are out. We are very thankful and we are blessed that they're here and they provide a constant source of support for our fishing community, one of the most dangerous occupations in the world.
here at Air Station Kodiak, Alaska.
It was game on.
Fuel is running low, while a rescue swimmer struggles to reach an injured sailor.
Guys, we got to be Johnny on the spot. We got to make it happen.
New trainees are pushed to their limits.
If you make a mistake, it could cost someone their life.
The team races to a victim who has fallen off a 200-foot cliff.
There was no doubt we could hear the sense of urgency in the captain's voice.
And something goes seriously wrong for a local pilot.
Plane was beat up pretty bad.
The vast Alaskan wilderness, a place where beauty is cloaked by danger. Here every day, 350 highly trained men and women risk their lives to save others. America's deadliest waters are protected by Coast Guard Alaska.
So they're proceeding direct Kodiak, pretty much? Okay, I gotcha. It's got a call for a possible medevac. It's a freighter about 420 miles southwest of here. It's steaming back towards Kodiak. Right now, they are out of our range, unfortunately. Got a patient who's got a unconscious possible head injury. So just taking a look at things and gonna look at the flight planning, see what makes sense as far as when to launch them to pick this guy up.
The other pilot, Jim, and I got the call, and then we went over to the operations center, jotted down some distances and speeds, and figured out what were going to be the best options.
What are they traveling at?
12 knots.
It's 5 hours as opposed to if they steam straight toward us.
The patient was 200 plus miles south of the Aleutian chain. So what we are calculating as pilots beforehand is where we can get gas and where the best rendezvous spots are for a medevac jet.
He was fine, randomly went unconscious, and lost control of his balance. So, either dead or he's had a seizure.
He has no heartbeat, he's got no pulse, is that what we're saying? Yes. Right now? So how can that be there's a seizure where all that stops and comes back?
Yep. While you're seizing, you are not breathing, there's no pulse, nothing. So.
But if it lasts for more than 4 minutes, 6 minutes, he's going to be dead.
Yeah. So that's why I guess we'll find out.
Let them make their decisions. Let us press on.
Yeah.
We'll try climbing if we get clear skies, but we're probably going to stay fairly low.
All within about a half hour, we assembled all our information, our gear, and our flight crew. We got the rescue swimmer, flight mechanic, 2 pilots, and a corpsman all together. All information was passed, and we're lifting off and flying to the SAR case. We had a fuel option planned 300 miles from here to Sand Point, where we're going to refuel.
So we refueled in Sandpoint, got rid of some equipment that we did not need that was taking up a lot of room. And so after the fuel, dropped off a couple things and off we went.
Well, we're showing 114 miles from the scene. I just talked to the captain. He said the patient's unable to walk. Roger.
Being a medic, mainly the worries that I have is my gear. Am I going to have enough to sustain this person? Because once they're in the helicopter with me and the other crew, it's our job to keep them alive and get them to the hospital.
Have you on the side where the getting harness sits down to the port side?
At 1,000+ feet, those seas didn't look bad. Like, no problem, 500-foot boat. But when you get to it and you start to come down in altitude and look at the waves crashing up over the bow, it was game on.
Wow. You see the guys at 3 o'clock just beneath the crane. Yeah, there's a couple wires, a lot of stuff on the deck. Yeah, I don't like those wires. I mean, as much as this thing's bouncing, and actually the water's spraying over top of the ship already.
Normally, the container ships, cruise ships, big boats, they don't really move much in the seas. But it was definitely pitching up and down with the seas. So, right, yeah, that's the reality. When we got on scene, there was 4 flight crew guys that have flown for years going, not what we expected.
3 o'clock is a warning, dangerous cargo, but you also have a crane Yeah, there's the freaking crane.
Initially, I thought it was going to be one of those oil tankers that was just nice and flat on the top. It was nice and flat, but they had piping and all kinds of contraptions all over the boat. There was a crane on this boat. We had a big mast up front with guide wires coming off of it. So right away we could tell it was going to be a challenging hoist. And the only place really to hoist from was the bow of the boat, and that bow was going up and down. Pretty good.
Let's just move in closer. Let's get a good look. That ship's going up and down. Look at that right there. It is. That's good. That's good. 15 feet. Dude. A little bit of spray.
We were actually not that crazy about the hoisting area. So we sat in a hover for a while, talking for about 2 or 3 minutes, hey, is this really the best place? But we didn't have time to really spend a lot of time looking for that perfect place, and we just made it happen.
Where are we at right now as far as how's everybody feeling about this? I feel good. These swells are, they come and go. Okay, rescue swimmer deployment to the vessel underway.
Doing this job long enough, you start to get to the point where you're pretty confident, but you want to be safe at the same time. But no matter how many times you do it, your adrenaline's still going to start going. Your heart's still going to start beating because it's, you're starting to realize you're doing something that's just not normal. And, you can do the job, but at the same time, my heart was beating pretty good when I was getting ready to actually head down because you just never know what's going to happen.
All right, check swimmer. Check swimmer.
Right before Scott went out, I'm like, Scott, we need to make this fast. I want you to just get him in the litter as fast as you can, get him back in the aircraft, because fuel's running low as we speak.
Going down.
I was calling the helicopter over, and the ship took a couple swells. Right about when the swimmer's going to get on deck, the boat moved a little bit. We moved a little bit. It got a little hairy real quick. But the swimmer and I both knew that to get him on deck would have been it had to be done quick.
We're about inside, boys. We're about inside.
I didn't want to bring too much urgency to the case because you want people to really do a good job. But I just had to express that to everybody, guys. We got to be Johnny on the spot. We got to get down there. We got to make it happen. We don't have a lot of time to play around because we are running out of fuel as we speak.
Doors ready? Okay, begin the hoist. Doors outside the cabin door. Look at clean, so we're going down.
I'm not just focusing on the swimmer. I'm looking at the bow. I'm looking at the waves, and I'm also looking out the back and making sure that the tail's not going to make contact with anything.
As I was getting lower down, I could see that it was pitching pretty good. It was coming up and down, and I started to get a little bit of a swing going on. At one point, the boat came up pretty fast as I was swinging, and I could see the rail coming at me. And so I just kind of picked my feet up as much as I could. I did clip the rail going by it, and that kind of got me spinning a little bit. And then when I came back across, then hit the rail again, and then hit the deck. We had to do a medevac off of a ship 250 miles south of the Sandpoint area, which is pretty far from here. We had seas that were anywhere from 12 to 15 feet, and the only place really to hoist from was the bow of the boat, and that bow was going up and down.
Well, right before Scott went out, I'm like, guys, we got to be Johnny on the spot because fuel's running low as we speak.
As I was getting lower down, the boat came up pretty fast. I could see the rail coming at me. I did clip the rail going by it, and that kind of got me spinning a little bit. And then when I came back across, then hit the rail again, and then hit the deck. Just fraught out on the deck. It wasn't graceful, but I was on the deck. I was happy. So he pulls the hook up and hooks the litter up. And then I pulled the trail line down with the litter attached to the hoist. This whole time I'm on the deck, it's moving pretty good, and we're getting water coming over the sides. Because we went so far out, 250 miles out, we only had about a half an hour or less on scene. So I knew I had to be kind of quick with it and wanted to get them strapped in there good and secure and tight. Once he was in the helicopter, they secured him, lowered the hook back down to me, and we went ahead and hoisted me up.
Source on cab door. Hoist complete. Murray Star 6015. We have your crew member aboard. We are going to take him back to standpoint. We have a medevac fixed-wing aircraft waiting to take him to Anchorage.
So finally, when we had him on board, we were running out of fuel, and we started heading towards Sandpoint, and we were just making max effort to get there.
We checked his vital signs. He wasn't totally unconscious. He was in and out of consciousness, more of a sleep state, but he was definitely conscious to a point. He would grab and hold onto your hand. He would grab the ICS cord. For the remainder of the flight, we kind of just reassessed his vitals every 15 minutes. I continued to check his breathing.
We landed in Sandpoint. We saw the jet sitting right there. We taxied right up to the jet and transitioned the guy from the cabin into the jet.
It was kind of a relief once they did lift off, because then I knew that that patient was completely transferred.
A lot of cases, they seem like it'd be kind of routine. This one was a little more challenging than normal, but it was a good feeling, you know, to do a job well done.
Way to go! Oh! Give me some. Nice job.
It's something, I mean, think about it, you know, how the Coast Guard, between, you know, the guys in operations over in district having to call and talk to the boat, the 60 going out there, you got this whole big team just to be able to get one guy off a boat 250 miles, you know, out in the middle of nowhere. And to me, that's, you know, I think that's pretty cool that we can accomplish this all the time.
Lawson, McVaughn, go ahead. All right, you guys understand that you are entering into a program that a lot of people would like to be in your shoes right now. You know that, right?
Yes, Chief Fowler.
So I have two new AST Airman candidates who showed up this week, Airman Lawson and Airman McVaughn. Both these individuals will be conducting their PTN test this morning, and we'll evaluate them from that point and go from there. You are standing here in front of me because you want to be lifesavers. Sometimes that means putting your own life at risk. You need to be smart and you need to handle yourself professionally. There is a zero tolerance policy with that in mistakes being made, because if you make a mistake, it could cost someone their life. You guys have any questions on that?
No, Chief Fowler.
Again, welcome to Kodiak, and put your game face on. It's time to get focused and proceed in the next steps.
Yes, Chief Fowler.
Okay. All right, gentlemen, this is a go, no-go test. This determines your fate. If you do not pass today's test, you are disenrolled from the AST Airman program. The AST Airman program, it has the minimum training requirements. It's 50 push-ups, 60 sit-ups, 5 pull-ups, 5 chin-ups, 500-yard swim under 12 minutes, a 1.5 mile run under 12 minutes. That all has to be completed within an hour's time. So we're gonna begin with push-ups. Ready? Begin. Back straight, starting to hobble. Muscle failure, you're done. Muscle failure, you're done. Okay, pair it up for sit-ups. All the way down, 1. Push it out, push it out. Done. All right, you're done. Pull-ups next. Knock them out.
3, 4, 5.
That's it? You're quitting on me? I said this was a max effort. Don't kick. That didn't count. You know what, when you pull off the bar like that, what that tells me? That tells me that you're gonna do just the bare minimum to get through this program. That's not what I wanna see out here.
Where's that, Chief?
I don't care if you can do 5 perfect ones. I wanna see how many you can do today. This is 100% effort. It does you no good to save anything today, because I'm gonna catch it and I'm gonna see it, and that's gonna show me that you're slacking and sandbagging on day 1. Pull them out, McVaughn. Come on, pull them out. Drop. You're at muscle failure. All right. Is that what you're worried about? Are you trying to save yourself for chin-ups? Is that what you're worried about? We're looking for maximum effort. We're looking for how they can push themselves to overcome. Just those minimum numbers are not going to suffice. You need the best candidates possible to be able to send to the A school environment, because once they graduate A school, their job is to save lives. That's what we depend on them to do, and that's what the public depends on them to do. Knock them out, McVaughn, let's go.
All right, Chief Fowler.
We received the report of a 21-year-old male who had fallen 200 feet.
When I was hoisting him off the boat, I could tell right away that he was hurt badly. The wounds were exposed. He had the head trauma. He had the scratches on his arm.
Sounds like they have 2 survivors on board. They're going to bring them down here to the Coast Guard ramp where we have awaiting emergency personnel. Once they get them unloaded, they're going to go back out and pick up the 3rd victim.
We're actually going to have an official Coast Guard retirement ceremony today. Thankfully, in the U.S. Coast Guard, we bring lots of other people along. No one's forever, so we keep training new people to come in and replace you, but it's really going to be the James Arnold show today. Today, we are assembled to observe the retirement and recognize the 30 years of faithful service of Chief Warrant Officer W. James Arnold.
30 years is a long time. Not very many people do that. Started off on a Coast Guard cutter back in 1981. Served 2 years on that. After that, got tied up in Coast Guard aviation and just fell in love with the helicopters and just continued on from there.
Chief Warrant Officer Arnold will now officially retire. From Commander, Coast Guard Personnel Command, to Chief Warrant Officer James Arnold. Your request to retire is approved. Please detach from all duties on 1 October 2011 and proceed to your home of selection. May you have a fulfilling retirement and best of luck in future endeavors. Signed, M. Hershberger.
Just enjoying Kodiak. You can't help but fall in love with this place. It's literally a love-hate relationship. Some people love it here. Some people just can't stand it. But you've got to get involved with the community and with the profession that you chose.
I had so many things that I wanted to say. All the awards that you see here on my chest and all the support wouldn't have been without the men and women just like you standing the watch all over this nation. At all the different air stations that I've been at in the last 30 years, all these awards that you see up here, I can only accept on your behalf. It's a total team effort. So I appreciate you. My hat's off to you. And be careful out there. As the captain mentioned, this is probably the harshest environment you'll ever fly in, and I wish you nothing but the best.
James is very heavily involved in the community. We received lots of kind words from very senior officers in the U.S. Coast Guard. James is really going to be missed.
I'll end by reading something that only my wife could help me write. My 30 years in the U.S. Coast Guard has been one wild ride. I've been blessed to actually live out the phrase, love what you do, and you will never work a day in your life. My Coast Guard career ends today with me thanking God, my family, my friends, my co-workers for helping me leave here a better man. Thank you and God bless.
My dad just retired with 30 years of service in the Coast Guard. Ended it here in Kodiak, Alaska.
Good job.
Some of the hard parts of what my dad's been involved with is some of the deployments. He's missed all of our birthdays at a time, some holidays, all kinds of things. And now that he's retired, it'll be great to have him around.
My family has been there to support for the 25 plus years that they've been with me in my 30-year career. And without them, there was no way I could go to work and do what I do. It just isn't possible.
1, 2, 3.
Oh, check this out. I'm listening. 6. My name is Lieutenant Jim Cooley. I'm the Operations Duty Officer. I started hearing a conversation on the radio between a mariner and the Coast Guard sector anchorage about a crewman that's on board their boat that had fallen off a cliff about 200 feet. And they had him on board, and he's in rough shape.
Our District 17 Command Center elected to launch an H-60 helicopter, which we just did.
We received the report of a 21-year-old male who had fallen possibly 200 feet. So we knew there were probably significant injuries based off of that kind of a fall. So we definitely wanted to try to make a plan to get there as quickly as possible. So I decided that the quickest way to get there would be to go up over the top of the island, which would be the most direct route. As soon as we came out on the other side of the mountain, we could hear the direct communication between the captain of the boat and our rescue coordination center. We immediately broke into that conversation and started talking directly to the vessel to try to coordinate the quickest pickup that we could once we got on scene. We received the report of a 21-year-old male who had fallen possibly 200 feet. So we knew there were probably significant injuries. So we definitely wanted to try to make a plan to get there as quickly as possible. We immediately started talking directly to the vessel to try to coordinate the quickest pickup that we could once we got on scene. There was no doubt we could hear the sense of urgency in the captain's voice, and we knew that the situation was very serious. We looked at the boat real briefly, real quickly, and we made a decision that it was a very possible, very stable platform to hoist to as far as we were concerned as the air crew. And as we were setting up, getting ready to do our hoist, the captain mentioned over the radio that the patient's conditions had worsened and the breathing was getting less and things like that. So we made a decision to put the swimmer down on the boat immediately. Jason grabbed all his gear that he needed to go down to the boat. The captain pulled back on the throttles, let the boat go still in the water. Very smooth, very quickly, we expedited the hoist, put Jason on the back of the boat. Jason went down inside.
When I got on scene, it was chaotic. It was obviously nobody was prepared for the scenario that we had in front of us. The people on the vessel and myself. We quickly assessed and we executed a hoist quickly.
Lady Ashley, Rescue Eagle 6005, understand we are going to lower a trail line down. Once it's on the deck, take instructions from the rescue swimmer to place the individual in the basket. Roger. Lady Ashley, 6005, coming in for trail line delivery.
As soon as I put the litter on the back of the boat, the next thing I saw was Jason Bunch and some of the family bringing out the wounded gentleman, laid him in the litter, connected the straps, did everything he's supposed to do, got it all ready to come up to the helicopter and gave me the thumbs up, I'm ready to go. When I was hoisting him off the boat, I could tell right away when I saw him coming up that he was hurt. He was hurt badly. The wounds were exposed. You know, he had the head trauma. He had the scratches on his arm. He had the, you know, what they had described to us on the radio is what I saw coming in. I retrieved the litter, brought the gentleman in the litter into the helicopter, and he was wearing nothing but a set of shorts. Just, it looked like the people on the boat had been trying to, you know, make him as comfortable as possible. He was not conscious at that point. He appeared to be unconscious, to be sleeping or just passed out.
After I was able to get the patient into the cabin, I just put the hook down. Jason clipped into the hook, and I lifted him right off the back of the boat. As soon as he was clear of the boat and in the cabin door closed, forward flight.
6005 is departing. Rescue 6005.
Wait, hold on 1 second. All right, they're talking to Secretary. I can tell you right now.
We are en route this time. We're showing 35 minutes to Kodiak.
35 minutes to Kodiak, so yeah, 3-5.
The helo is about 35 minutes out. I've already contacted the paramedics. I'm going to update them with an ETA to meet the helicopter on arrival.
I'm missing patient is critical. ODOs. Okay, I heard that.
We knew that we had to come straight to Kodiak as quickly as possible while Jason and Nate both continued to provide emergency medical care to the patient en route. Jason immediately moved into his emergency medical service and started performing CPR, started checking all his vitals with the equipment.
We applied a defibrillator to the patient, maintained an airway the best we could, and provided CPR.
A lot of the stuff we do in the back, because the pilots are on the radios, we just kind of look at each other and, we read body language. And, Jason I sort of motioned to him that I would help him with the CPR, and I'd help him out where he needed to be. And he understood, and he gave me a couple little tasks with the breathing, the bellows for breathing and stuff. Jason was doing his job the whole way. He was administering, immediate life support right there, and the whole way back, he didn't stop. He wasn't taking breaks. He wasn't doing anything. From start to finish, Jason was on top of it. As we came in, I kept the aircraft in the air as long as I felt I safely could because we can go a lot faster in the air than we can when we're taxiing on the wheels. So I just basically kept us at a low, what we call an air taxi, all the way till we came around the corner and had the ambulance in sight, and then I set it down and we taxied in the rest of the way. We jumped out, and we, as fast as we could, we got that patient over to the ambulance, and they weren't even expecting us to come that fast. We moved as quickly as we possibly could, and the medical people that were there and the firefighters who were there, we all just, as quickly as we could, got him in the back of the ambulance. The flight surgeon was on the ambulance and got him to the doctor. When we transferred the patient, we knew that he was in critical condition, but then we didn't really know any disposition beyond that until the doctor came back and told us that after he'd reached the hospital, he had passed away. When we got that information, we definitely took a look at it as a crew, and we felt like we had done everything that we could, that night within our limitations, but we just did not get the outcome that we had hoped for. You always know that you're going to have cases that aren't going to work out the way you want them to, and that someone's going to lose their life despite your best efforts, but you still never want it to happen. And it's still very difficult when it does happen.
So I have two new AST Airman candidates, Airman Lawson and Airman McVaugh. Both these individuals will be conducting their PTN test this morning. Drop, you're at muscle failure. We're looking for maximum effort. We want to see how well these guys can push themselves mentally to go above and beyond. I really want to see what they're made of and how capable they are to continue in the program. Okay, 12 minutes is the time. Don't save anything in the tank. Go! I don't think McVaugh's going to make the run time. Push it out, Lawson, push it out. I don't think McVaugh's gonna make this. Remember your time when you come across. Push it out, let's go. 11:02. Push it out, McVaugh, push it out. Finish strong. Give me everything you got, let's go. He's over already. Come on, push it hard, push it hard. 12:13.
Did you see 12:13?
Yep.
Training's very hard. Always being pushed beyond your capabilities. By the end of it, I was pretty winded.
The thing is, he did pretty damn good on his push-ups. I mean, his push-ups actually looked better than the other kid. During the PTN test, Airman McVaugh and Airman Lawson both had strong points and both had weak points. At this point, there's no clear standout between either one of them. Ready? Go! If he makes it 500 like that, it'll impress me. That'll mean he's a strong kid. You see how far he's pulling his head out of the water every time? Yeah. Look at that. That friggin' whiplash thing, look at that. Hey, you may have to watch him. Get ready with that floaty. Gain your composure. Get your goggles back on your head.
The most difficult part of the training for the end test would probably be in the pool. If I had to give any advice on that, I'd probably say to train a lot harder.
Are you getting ready to throw up? Are you getting ready to puke?
Don't you, Valley?
Square your shirt away, get it tucked back in. So after completion of the Airman PTN test, I evaluated Airman McVaugh and Airman Lawson on their performance. Unfortunately, Airman McVaugh was not at the physical level that he needed to be to continue on in the program. He had a lot of good positive attributes about him, but physically he was just well behind the curve of where he needed to be. Airman Lawson did show some improvements, and at this time I've decided to retain him in the program and give him a shot and see how he goes from here. With Airman McVaugh, or with any airman in that case, it's always tough to send someone home. At the same time, you have to make those decisions because you need the best candidates possible. Because once they graduate A school, they may come back to me and work for me in this shop, and I need them at the very best of their game when they come back and they're in their operational environment here in Kodiak. We're out here doing a couple things. We're doing a fundraiser for the Chiefs Petty Officer Association, and we're also helping out, volunteering with the rodeo itself, gate security, and just door security type stuff. Mr. Arnold and I work together in the H-60 division at the air station. His family is very involved in the community. He's got a couple of daughters participating in the event this weekend. So, you know, they're very interactive with the community. He just retired. They're going to remain in Kodiak for some time. And so, you know, that's a relationship that's going to bond the Coast Guard and community together even more.
James Arnold, 30 years in the U.S. Coast Guard, just coming out to the rodeo, the Kodiak rodeo with my family. My youngest daughter's doing the junior pole racing and then taking the opportunity to do the three-legged race with my oldest daughter. But other than that, just enjoying the family after a long career.
My name's Mallory, and my dad just retired from 31 years in the Coast Guard. He really helps out a lot, especially with me and the horses. Yeah, he's kind of my groom, so.
Have fun, Mal.
Thanks. I'm about to go and pole bend.
Mallory, you're gonna be first in the juniors. We're gonna do the egg toss first, and then you're gonna be first.
I'm gonna be doing pole bending, and what it is, I come in and I see the poles and I gallop down. I go through them once, and then I go through them again, and then I gallop out as fast as I can. love Kodiak. I get to ride whenever I want. I love fishing, and we do a lot of outside stuff.
Dad, we're like last!
All right, hop. Watch this, watch this.
My dad and I tried to do the three-legged race at the rodeo, and we failed miserably. He was goofing off, trying to knock people over, trying to throw elbows, and we lost count of our feet.
You need a younger partner next year.
Yeah.
I gotta tell you, I gave the family a choice where they wanted to go. We go back to Florida or stay here in Kodiak, and they really enjoy Kodiak. The entire family does. So that's the reason we're staying.
That was fun.
That was fun.
I ate the dirt, ate the cow dirt.
Got a call about a half an hour ago, report of a downed aircraft in the vicinity of Cowson Bay. We got 3 POB, and that's all the information we had to go on. We directed the H-60 to launch out of here and get on scene and assess the situation. At this time, that's all we know, and we're waiting to hear back word from the H-60.
We got launched out for a seaplane that had crashed near a small lake that was about 2 miles up on the ridgeline from the interstate between Cowson Bay and Middle Bay.
Boy, swimmer. Doors away. Easy down. Roger. 20 feet. Swimmer, he's made contact with the survivors. We're standing by for a head count.
Just for a heads up for the emergency personnel, how many injuries do you have?
According to what we've heard, one injury is a probable broken leg. One person seems to be all right. And the third person is non-responsive.
We got launched out for a seaplane that had crashed. When we got on scene, the plane was beat up pretty bad, broken in about 3 or 4 pieces. Rob, the rescue swimmer, when we put him down, his initial assessment was we got one guy with a broken femur, and then one guy had a head contusion, and then one looked like he was deceased.
Fastest halfway down.
We just got word back from the 60. Sounds like they may have one deceased. But we want to go ahead and start arranging to get services put over here at the airport. The hoisting itself is a pretty big evolution, and especially when it gets dark and over land, it becomes even more complex. When they're dealing with one rescue swimmer down on the ground trying to get people out of the aircraft that's downed, it becomes a little bit more tricky. 05 Air, go ahead.
Air 6205, we got one passenger in the aircraft. We're picking up the second one, the 2 injuries. We're going to be on our way to the pad in about 5 minutes for landing and transfer the passengers to the emergency medical personnel.
Roger, good copy all, and I'll make the pipe. 5 minutes out.
Swimmers are really key to any kind of rescue that you do because those guys really get down there, they assess what's going on. They're pretty much directing us on what they want and how they want to manage the rescue.
Signs in the cabin, voice complete. For about 10 minutes out, guys.
And roger that. Just keep us surprised when you guys are headed inbound. We have the emergency personnel waiting here already.
Roger, appreciate it.
2 patients that we rescued tonight off the mountain were, they were young, they were quiet, they weren't very combative at all. They were just kind of, a little delusional, a little out of it, they'd just been in a plane wreck.
They're currently about 5 minutes out. Sounds like they have 2 survivors on board. They're going to bring them down here to the Coast Guard ramp where we have awaiting emergency personnel. Once they get them with that and unloaded, they're going to go back out and pick up the 3rd victim.
It's kind of an interesting situation when you get back from a tough mission like that. You're concentrating on getting the mission done and saving people's lives. So you don't think about the risk and the danger involved. You get back, sometimes it's kind of a, wow, that was a tough situation.
Rob did a phenomenal job. Got both patients on board. The fire department and medical personnel were able to get those 2 patients off the aircraft and to the hospital.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Hey, real nice job.
Hey, sir.
This was a tough one.
Are you our relief?
He's ops calls
He's a
right
rescue.
now.
He's ops boss. Probably more bad news than good.
The third person was pronounced dead earlier that evening. Our command decided that the risk in the middle of the night to try and extricate a deceased person was not adequate enough to continue the flight.
Sometimes the risk is outweighing their potential for gain. Most of our folks would say, I can take it, let me keep going. And it's kind of my job to say, I think we need to stop for now and try it again tomorrow.
Good morning. We'll see you guys.
All right. See you guys.
Nice job, guys.
8 o'clock. Yeah.
Alaska is an incredible place to be stationed. We have a lot of high-stakes rescue cases because the distances, the weather, they truly are life and death. When the unthinkable happens, words can't even describe that. That's when I'm staying awake at home at night, on the phone, through the night, staying in touch with the status of the case. But the people in the town of Kodiak really know what we do, and they appreciate us. When you see the look in somebody's eyes whose life you just saved, or deliver somebody to their family members, it's a pretty amazing thing. It makes it worthwhile.
At Air Station Kodiak,
Drop.
the Coast Guard flies deep into the Arctic to help one of their own.
They could potentially lose the capability to use 2 of their engines.
Alaskan waters prove to be treacherous for one fisherman.
Tilt his head back. His breathing is really shallow. Hey, it's okay.
The crew attempts to find a man missing in the enormous North Pacific.
You know, you have the potential to save someone that's out there.
And a rescue swimmer has to jump ship after an injured fisherman goes for one wild ride.
You can clearly see that our survivor who's in for the ride of his life.
The vast Alaskan wilderness, a place where beauty is cloaked by danger. Here every day, 350 highly trained men and women risk their lives to save others. America's deadliest waters are protected by Coast Guard Alaska.
All right, folks, what we're doing today is we're taking some parts to the Coast Guard cutter Healy, the icebreaker up near the North Pole. I'm Captain Bill Deal. I'm the commanding officer of Air Station Kodiak, and every once in a while, in addition to doing the commanding officer responsibilities, I get to do operational missions, so that's what we're going to do here. The weather today shouldn't be a problem for us. There's a little bit of icing to the east of our route. We're going to be in the clouds most of the way up there. The Coast Guard cutter Healy is Coast Guard's only operational icebreaker, and they're operating way up in the Arctic right now. They're fairly close to the North Pole, and they're having problems with some of their systems. The cooling system in one of their engine rooms has had a problem they've repaired several times, and they're afraid it's not going to hold, and they could potentially flood an engine room and lose the capability to use 2 of their engines. Our total transit from here to scene is just under 2,000 miles, so it's a long way. We're looking at just under 12 hours of flight time. Anybody have any questions? Okay, let's do it.
The departure procedure is the Cody 6. And then straight shot from there. Simple flight plan. Any questions with that? Not at all, sir.
Well, the icebreaker's so far north, they've been operating real close to the North Pole, and that is a long way up there, so we've got to fly directly to them. 5.5 hours out there, dropping the gear, and then 5.5 hours of flying back.
But it's a doggone long way.
Flying up near the North Pole is no easy feat. The distances are vast, and there's not a whole lot of options if we have an in-flight emergency.
And we're starting to descend. It says we're heading northeast. How's your wet compass? It says we're heading west.
Well, the magnetic compasses start doing weird things up there. Fortunately, we've got pretty good systems in the C-130. Our compasses are stabilized by gyros. We also back that up with GPS.
Satellite info is telling us we're pointing the right way, even though our different magnetic compasses are pointing all over different directions. Our gyro compass is somewhere in between.
It's fairly benign as long as everything works just fine, but if we did have to go back to old school magnetic compass stuff, it could get a little exciting.
I got him at 25 miles out on the radar. Funny how this goes from hours of boredom to just all of a sudden things happening quickly.
Once we got down on scene, we were able to see the cutter. We weren't sure what the ice was going to look like, and once we got down, it would look like pancakes about 2 miles in diameter, and they're all wedged in together. So we tried to find the largest pancake, which was just off the port side of the cutter.
So we're planning on doing a series of 3 pads drops. The first one's going to be the metal can, and that's close enough to 500. We're opening lock, Doc's pumps off. All right, target's in sight. Roger, 30 seconds, standby with 1 pad, pin folds, drove on. Drop, drop, drop. Okay, Healy says they see it, and they say it doesn't look like it went through the ice, so hold. This will be the second drop run. Drop, drop, drop. Soy. Back aboard. Drop, drop, drop. Soy. Bags aboard.
We made several approaches and 3 successful drops to the big pancake. They essentially pulled up next to it like an ice dock and unboarded, walked around the ice and grabbed their parts.
Well, that was smooth. Nice job, guys, in the back. Yeah, that was great.
Flying up in the Arctic is one of the neat perks of the job. It's a really awesome experience to get to do something that very few people get a chance to do.
We have now set the record for the farthest north drop.
That's the farthest north that the Coast Guard has ever done airdrops from a C-130.
That was fun. Yeah. 5 hours of droning for 20 minutes of action.
It ended up being 11.3 hours, of which most of that was transit time. We were crossing thousands of miles in some cases, potentially going through several different weather systems. Just the challenge of being able to fly in those conditions is pretty tough. In the Coast Guard, there is this mystique, this legendary status about being stationed in Kodiak because of the weather and the types of missions, the distances you cover, the things that we do up here. It's happening around us all the time. It's truly inspirational.
Operations, Lieutenant Forsyth. Yes, sir. What I got from district, it was a 48-year-old male that was hit in the head with a crab pot from a fishing vessel. What happened was we overheard some traffic just south of a Fognac. That was from the captain of a 76-foot fishing vessel. One of his members on board took a crab pot to the head. He was in and out of consciousness. He was breathing. So what we were doing was, while we were listening to that, we already had a crew that was on a different mission, so we have just diverted them because they were already ready to launch.
My name's Tony DeWinter. I'm a lieutenant, aviator. I'm a pilot here at Air Station Kodiak. A call came in about 12:30 that they needed us to reconfigure for search and rescue. 40 miles to the west of here, just on the other side of the island of Kodiak, for a fisherman that had been hit in the head by a crab pot, about 700, 800-pound piece of gear, and so they wanted to get him off the vessel as quick as possible.
We'll keep this heading right now about 265, and it's going to be about a 70-foot hoist, and we'll maintain 10 feet vertical and horizontal obstacle clearance.
My name is Rafael Aguero, and I'm a rescue swimmer at Air Station Kodiak, Alaska.
This is going to be a trail delivery of the swimmer to the aft section there of the Van Elliott.
Once I got on scene, the seas were kicking at about 8 foot, So there was a pretty good roll going.
Okay, hoist is to all.
I had the EMT kit on my back, so it was, 50 pounds of added weight going down on the hoist to the back of the boat.
Swimmer's going. Swimmer's outside cabin door. Low check. Swimmer. Low check. Complete. Swimmer's going down. Roger.
So we have a nice hoisting area to lower Ralph down to. I'm gonna lower him down with just a bare hook, just straight on the hook, harness him down.
Swimmer is on deck. Roger.
I got down to the deck just fine, and I assessed the patient. His eyes were normal. They weren't dilated or constricted. He was talking to me face to face, and it appeared that nothing was wrong with this guy at all. Just, he got whacked in the head pretty good.
All right, rescue check is complete. Ready for one. Trail line deployment of the litter. Roger. And you can begin the hoist. Roger. Target site. Let's go to the cabin door.
They sent the litter down, and I put the guy inside of the litter, and I put him in a neck brace. I put him on a backboard as well, just as a precaution.
Brad, you need to put his head in first or feet in first for an injury like this? We're just gonna bring him in head first, and then someone can still get next to him right here. All right. Litter's clear of the vessel. Clear me back to 30. Trailer is still on deck. That was a little rough. Sorry. All right, litter is outside the cabin door. Bring him litter in the cabin.
So I lift the litter up, and I notice that the guy is getting kind of scared, which is usual because you're strapped in, laying on your back, getting hoisted to a helicopter. So I bring him in and kind of push him up towards the front of the helicopter.
Rescue check was complete. Ready for one bear hook to cover the rescue swimmer. Roger. Begin hoist. Roger. Target site. Swimmer is clear of the vessel. Lower back on 30.
So I lower the hook back down and lift Ralph off the boat, bring him back into the helicopter. And we're sitting there. Ralph begins his assessment of the guy, and we notice that he's not doing so hot.
Right now, he is seething.
Yeah, his breathing is really shallow.
I looked at him, and I can't say for sure, but it looked like he was having a full-blown seizure in the back of the helicopter.
Tilt his head back.
We got medical transportation waiting back at the air station. Roger. And all parties have been notified. Yes.
We got a call that a guy on a crab boat has been hit in the head with a crab pot. Right on the other side of the island, so it's a short 15-minute flight over there.
Somebody gets hit in the head with a 1,000-pound crab pot. It's a serious medevac. Once I got on scene, it was a pretty standard hoist. I assessed the patient. The patient appeared to be fine. They sent the litter down. We lifted this guy up to the helicopter, and it looked like he was having a full-blown seizure.
Is it just nervous, guys, or?
He's clenched up really tight.
Yeah, he's been like that since we got him in here. He's been clutching that cable. How tight is this around his neck?
I don't know. I gotta take it off.
He starts seizing, holding on to the D-rings of the litter, and he will not let go. I really didn't know what was going on.
I open up our EMT kit, and my first thing is to just assess his airway, making sure that he's breathing.
Yeah, his breathing is really shallow. We're getting him up on oxygen right now.
I'll pump this while you get it ready. Do it nice and slow or what?
Yeah, about 20 times a minute.
His teeth are all tight. He's seizing, so we go into emergency mode.
Tilt his head back in order for the breath to go in.
Hey, it's okay.
Yeah, he's not getting the...
It's okay.
Here, let me get back there, Brad.
All right. Yeah, he's freaking out.
Take the scissors, go ahead, and expose his chest.
All right.
His chest is rising and falling, right? Can you see it? Can you feel it?
Let me get down. Yeah, he's breathing.
Breathing?
Yeah. His whole body is he's tensed up.
Did you pass along that he's possibly having a seizure, sir?
We can, Roger. Compilation Kodiak, Juliet 03. Patient possibly seizing, having seizures. Please make sure it's past the medical personnel and let them know we will be making a ramp arrival to make sure the ramp is clear for our arrival.
I put him on a ventilator to assist him with breathing. I noticed that his eyeballs were constricting and also dilating. And I've never seen that before. It's the first time that's ever happened to me. He was breathing so rapidly and so erratic that I was concerned with his heart. And I put the AED pads on there. It's an automated external defibrillator.
All right, it's analyzing. Don't touch him. All right, don't touch him. Clear.
My main concern was making sure that his heart wasn't going to go out. And if it did, I was ready to push that button and give him a shock.
Hear me. Hear me. Chest going up and down. Put your hand on his chest.
Yeah, it's going up and down. He's taking some deep breaths right now.
His heart's still moving.
Probably going crazy right now.
Yeah.
Put a blanket on him.
Coast Guard, helicopter 6003, supposed to pass 800 inbound to Kodiak Airport.
He came too, sir. Good, good. I'm glad to hear that. All right? Yes, sir. He came too. He's telling us we're crazy right now.
Roger.
He wants to get on the ground. We're almost there.
All right, airspeed's 50. There's our ambulance.
Roger.
As we near Kodiak, I could hear him over the noise of the helicopter going, "Where am I? What am I doing? Am I on the ground yet?" He had a look in his eye like he had no idea what was going on.
Hey, Ralph, do you want to transport him out before we shut down? Yes, sir. He's critical.
I feel that it was my most difficult case because it was the first real medical case that I have ever done. You know, I questioned whether or not I knew what to do, but instinct just sort of took over. Instinct and training took over, and I got it done.
It was one of the harder cases that I've been on just because things turn south so fast. You get called out in a case, you don't really know what's going to happen, so you can prepare to the fullest in anything that you can, but we weren't expecting this, and you can only do so much in the back of the helicopter. I think we did everything we could and helped the guy out.
With every case you go out and do, anything can and will happen. You know, whether or not he was going into shock or actually seizing from the injury itself. The team was outstanding. Everybody relied on the training that they had, and that's what brings the crew together for each case that we do like this. So.
You know, I felt his pulse. His pulse was boom, 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 boom. I mean, he was hanging by a thread.
No matter how many cases you go on, you can't be prepared for everything that's going to happen. We get curveballs thrown at us all the time, and it's part of our job just to be ready.
It's all about training. It's about memory, muscle memory, about training and training and training and training. And that's what we do.
Getting launched for a person overboard 900 miles away from Kodiak is definitely a challenging case in itself. We're very optimistic, we're very amped up. You know, you have the potential to save someone that's out there.
All right, good afternoon, everybody. I'm Petty Officer Chris Moore, Aviation Survival Technician here at Air Station Kodiak. I'm gonna do your wet drills classroom lecture today. Wet drills are a Coast Guard mandated annual requirement. You know, we run through their survival vests, we go through their rafts, all the survival items they can find in them. It's very important. All right, I need a volunteer. Yeah, Steve! Here you go, buddy.
You want to
Put it on, put it on. Can you put this blindfold on when you're done, sir? Here in Alaska, the elements will kill you without the proper training. So this is why we stress as much as we stress to them about these survival items and run them through drills on where it's at and how to use it. Steve, can you find your Mark 124? Got it. Can you find your 406? All right, good job. Go ahead and take it off. Give him a round of applause.
I want you guys to come over here and get in your Gumby suit.
This is what we call the crab cooker. It's a second stop in our annual wet drills.
Yeah, what's going on? Here for the fun.
All right.
We have to do this once a year, just practice our survival training, spend some time in the classroom first, and then doing all the stuff out in the water, and then we'll go to the pool and do our swimming drills. We found in the past when we've had mishaps that this training has been real helpful, being able to get out of the aircraft and knowing what to do once they got out. This is the raft part. We're gonna swim out to the raft and link up in a centipede style.
All right, C-130 is overhead. How are you guys gonna signal?
Then we'll do some signaling, kicking with our legs and stuff, and all swim out to the raft together. And then once we get in the raft, we'll go out and apply some of the classroom stuff that we've just reviewed.
We have a pole. What are you gonna do about it? Patch it. Patch it with what? The little patch kit. Patch kit. The patch kit. Say the hole is too small for the actual little plunger that you put in there. Right, cut it, make it bigger.
Yearly wet drills for all aircrew members. It's a controlled setting. We're just here to make sure that everybody knows what to do in an emergency situation.
After they get out of the life raft, they're going to come back to the pier, and then they're going to light off some live pyrotechnics. It's an annual requirement that they get to at least see one shot off, but we have enough to where a couple people get to shoot them off.
All right, go ahead and hold the handle down. Now all you're going to do is pull it, and you're going to toss it over onto those rocks.
If we didn't complete this annual training, the end result would be more lives lost in crashes or any kind of mishaps that we have throughout the Coast Guard. The fixed-wing air crewmen are going to go up to the pool after this, and they have their annual swim in the pool. And it's a more controlled environment there, but they'll have to swim in their flight suits and with their vests on. After the rotary wing air crew, they have to do what we call sweat training. It's our shallow water egress trainer. The shallow water egress trainer is our trainer that we use, and we flip them upside down in the pool, so it's a more controlled environment, but they have to learn how to egress, simulating an upside down helicopter in the water.
It's all about training. It's about memory, muscle memory, about training and training and training and training. That's what we do. We train all the time and we test all the time. We flip upside down, we get our reference point, we disconnect everything, and we can do all of our egress exercises from there and pop our emergency window and get out. This training could mean life or death. It could mean that. It's one of those things where if you find yourself in a situation where you need to use these techniques, it could save your life.
One more year wet drills complete.
A young man has injured his leg. It sounds like it's possibly broken, fractured. It's about a 50-mile flight.
Ready for appointment of the swimmer? Let's just do it real quick. Okay? Yeah, just do it. Put us where we need to be. Roger.
Getting launched 900 miles away from Kodiak is definitely a challenging case in itself.
When you're flying so far out, and weather that's less than nominal for searching conditions, and you're flying at 500 feet over the ocean, there's a lot of risk involved.
Hi, it's Lieutenant Breckel on the ODO desk at Kodiak. How's it going? The aircraft commander just wanted me to call you guys, and he just wanted to confirm you guys wanted, he saw it was like a 5-leg parallel search.
We got a call from District 17 Command Center requesting to launch a C-130 for a man overboard about 950 miles southeast of Kodiak.
So it's almost like flying across the United States, you know, to go there and come back. Probably like flying to Tennessee from Seattle.
We going with the 09?
The multi-engine fixed-wing aircraft, like a C-130, is what is used in this type of case. The helicopter assets just don't have the range to go this far. 900 miles south of Kodiak for us, it's pushing the edge of our envelope for us to go there, but it is certainly doable.
Coast Guard Rescue 1709, understand still on the ground at Kodiak?
That's affirmative. Taking off in approximately 15 minutes. My name is Lieutenant Janine Menzie. I'm currently stationed at Air Station Kodiak, Alaska, and I'm a C-130 pilot here. Getting launched for a person overboard, 900 miles away from Kodiak is definitely a challenging case in itself. But even if it's a grim picture that we're painted, we're very optimistic, we're very amped up. You know, you have the potential to save someone that's out there.
And the DF-430 is not getting any type of beacons.
No, so sure, kind of has the corner points for you. We don't need to put those in our search action plan in the computer.
Okay.
We got a search action plan, which basically gave us the position where the boat was, where they thought they lost the guy, which is down here. And then where the boat was there, which is about 350 miles, which gave us a track line, where to start, where to finish, you know.
I would probably say go to the farthest point first, just since the boat's coming back the opposite direction.
When you're flying so far out, and weather that's less than nominal for searching conditions, and you're flying at 500 feet over the ocean, there's a lot of risk involved.
Just to advise you, we are on scene in the search pattern.
Roger, unlimited visibility. Standing by, channel 16.
For this type of track, we usually do what's called a Charlie Sierra search or a creeping line search, and so we usually go back and forth over that track line.
Anything? Something in the water right there. It's 2:30, 3 o'clock right now. About a mile out.
Yeah, that's it. You got it, scope out?
Roger that, sir.
Another tree?
Yeah, looks like a log. It's a tree. Okay.
If we find them, we'll drop our survival rafts and then look for any vessels in the area that we can vector them in so they can rescue the survivor.
Worst part about these missions is just trying to stay on focus.
You just got to remind yourself there could be people floating around in that water right now.
Yep.
You really just never know. A lot of people have that drive and have that fire inside them that they do want to survive when they're out there. We try to stay as optimistic as possible.
There's a little boat up the left here, just in the left scanner window, or maybe that's a tree. You see it straight down? Yeah, it's just some wood. All right. Wood.
After searching for a couple hours on scene, you realize that he had been in the water for more than 22 hours. And even if he's wearing a survival suit, survivability may be something that is questionable at this point. Those times are a little bit disappointing, but at some point you really do have to come back, you know, for the safety of the crew, for the endurance of the aircraft.
Coast Guard inbound to your station at this time, and I'd like you to secure our guard. Roger. All right, they know we're inbound. Guard is secured.
For that crew at that time on that sortie, you've done all you can do, and now it's time to go back to land. So it's a little disheartening to know that, you know, you didn't find them.
Hey, little girl, come here, come here. Oh, there we are.
My husband's name is George, and he's also a pilot in the United States Coast Guard, and we also have a daughter who's 7 months old right now. When I come home from cases like this, missing people, it really makes me just want to pick my daughter up, give her a kiss, give her a hug, then, you know, decompress all the information.
Oh, you're good at this already. Flip to the electrical section. There we go. That's what I do every night, study.
Hello. Hey, guys. How's it going?
My wife, Janine, is making some halibut tacos and also some chicken that she makes up pretty well. So we invited just a couple friends over and share some good food and drink and talk.
Your girlfriend is happy to see you. Come in.
Come in.
Who it is?
Alyssa's been waiting to see you.
Hey, how you doing?
Good,
how are you?
My good friend Amy is in town tonight. She was a roommate in flight school, so it's really nice to be able to get together with her. The other person we have over is Jim, who's just around the corner from us, and he's been stationed with us before in Clearwater, Florida, so it's really nice to get together with him as well.
So how do you like flying up here?
You know what? I was a little nervous when I first got here because everyone talked about how challenging the environment was and how hard it was to get in and out of the airports and a lot of the terrain. But to be honest, I've been like really excited about the flying here just because it's freaking beautiful. The views are phenomenal. Looking at the glaciers, the wildlife. As far as just the environment, it's a great place to be.
Yeah, I got to see orcas today and a mama and baby humpback whale while we were out flying.
Yeah, see?
So
I mean,
that was fun.
People pay for this stuff, and you know, we're fortunate to be able to be working.
So this is exactly like flight school, isn't it, right now?
You know, in such a small community, in a social aspect, it's really fun to poke at each other a little bit. All right, it looks good.
Thanks.
Everybody dig in.
Look at you being all domesticated up
I
here.
know, isn't that a change?
Yeah, seriously. So, you know, thanks for coming by. And it's forever since we've seen you, since flight school and everything. And once in a while in Disneyland and after that. But
Don't drink the grappa.
Don't drink the grappa. I'll give you that advice. But yeah, I'm glad you got the chance to come by.
Yeah, thanks
Proud
for
of
having
you.
us.
And Jim, it's always a pleasure.
Thank you, George. It's very nice. It's nice to be fed.
In Kodiak, you're pretty isolated from your family. So it's really a good thing to build a network within the Coast Guard community. So it's pretty regular for us to get together, to have dinner, to go fishing, to go hunting, or just, you know, hang out.
Air Station Kodiak ODO, Lieutenant Coburn speaking. Air TM second.
I'm looking forward to celebrating my wife's birthday tonight. Normally we get off duty at 4 o'clock. Half an hour before that, alarm goes off. Sure enough, we got a medevac. A young man has injured his leg. It sounds like it's possibly broken, fractured, and it's time to do some flight planning.
Hopefully about 20 minutes on scene, then about half an hour back over town. Fishing vessel Canusa.
Flight surgeon told me to give him morphine, so that's probably one of the only things I'll be doing other than vitals.
They're going to be airborne really soon.
The first thing we find out is the position. Luckily, I've got a real sharp operations duty officer who's already plotted the position for us.
You guys are up to speed on what the general plan is?
We've got a picture of the vessel on Coast Guard file to take it with us in the helicopter to see what are some of the hazards that we're going to deal with as we try to negotiate pulling this guy off. I want to get out of there as fast as I can. This is going to be a lot harder than we thought.
We'll be right out. You stay in a few.
You feel good?
Yes.
You ready to roll?
Yeah.
Let's do it. Sure enough, we got a medevac off of a small boat, and it's time to get back in the zone. My crew is great. They're fast. They're dressed out, ready to go. A young man has injured his leg. It sounds like it's possibly broken, fractured. It's about a 50-mile flight. I've got a position, and we're heading out there.
Hey Jim, welcome to duty. The world's kind of exploded in the last little bit. 15 minutes ago now, motor vessel Tanushko, they called it the Coast Guard, said, hey, well, we've got one of our crew members, his leg got caught in a line, the leg is twisted, snapped off to the side, he's got a bone sticking out, lots of bleeding. In the meantime, they've rigged basically the best kind of splint that they could. And they're bringing him back here? Yeah, the plan's going to bring him back here, so you're going to need to call the Kodiak Fire Department for the person's transfer, and the ambulance probably, I'd give the ambulance a shout in probably about 10 or 15 minutes. Let them know they got somebody coming in. So these guys are up here, basically the north side, 60s en route. They're probably going to be going for the Whale Pass low vis route right now.
I'm said pilot, you said co-pilot. Rattle bug, 200 pilot and co-pilot.
Okay, co-pilot actions. Just back me up and everything. Keep me on this anything off by 10 degrees or 10 feet. I'll kick the nose to about 270 once we start hoisting there.
Sitting in a hover 90 feet over this boat, you truly get a sense of how bad the hoisting area is. There's dangers both for the crew of the boat and for the Coast Guard. Those fishermen are dealing with crab pots, lines, anchors, buoys. There's all sorts of stuff that can potentially injure them. As for the Coast Guard, what I'm looking for is an open area, and unfortunately in this case, I'm not going to have it because there's cranes, radio antennas, and possibly entangle our rescue hoist.
Sounds like this. Yeah, cool.
517 north. It was a tib-fib fracture, an open fracture, and there was blood. And from the severity of what we were told, what we needed to do is help him get pain management as soon as possible.
Rescue checklist complete. Ready for appointment of the swimmer. Lure is ready. Okay, and you can pretty much calm me down. I don't want to go any closer.
It was a high hoist. It was a little higher than I'm used to. I was like, oh, we're a little bit higher. It might take a little while to get down there, but the helicopter was right where it needed to be. It's just the wind and the rotor wash and the waves.
Swimmer's going down. Easy forward and right. Easy forward and right. Easy forward and right. We're getting blown all over the place. Just put us where we need to be. Roger.
When you're that high, you could easily wrap your hoist cable or a trail line around one of those antennas. The flight mechanic, Steve, was telling me the positioning over the boat. And my co-pilot, Jess, telling me the altitudes. Just kind of take it all in and put in a couple of control inputs to stay on top of the boat.
Swimmer is on deck.
Roger.
Swimmer's disconnecting.
Swimmer's on deck.
Looks good. Disconnect, the swimmer's away.
Yeah, swimmer, gonna go ahead and go with the litter if you're okay with that.
Roger.
There were a lot of cables and support cable that were coming off of the top of the boat. At a certain point, we just said, you know, we picked a spot. Be careful. Let's take it nice and slow. But we got it done.
Swimmer is sending survivor.
Oh, he looks like he's in pain.
They had his foot splinted up. He had his extra tough boot on, and then they actually used line with pieces of wood. And the wood actually had nails sticking out of it. I didn't even bother messing with it. He was hurting, and when we would move him around, he would let us know it hurt.
Easy back and hold. Easy left and hold. Easy back and right. Roger.
We had to come in so high over the boat, and our trail lines and our hoist cables are limited to certain lengths. Steve, my flight mechanic, was just giving me really good directions, just easy forward and rights, back left. It's a geometry game when you're honing down into one spot, and that's the only spot you can do anything with.
Are they ready for pickup? Hold position. Okay. Sorry, take the load. Taking the load.
Picking up one patient still takes surprisingly long because of the amount of stuff that's got to happen. Putting him in the litter, that's why we put Eric down, so we can get him in the litter, get him strapped in good and tight. We have a plan when we put Eric down, but as soon as he's off the hook, they're on their own.
Roger, vessel Tanisha. They have the patient in the basket and getting ready to hoist him up into the helo. Talk to you again in 15 minutes. How copy over?
Pick up, easy left. Got good position. I'm gonna give him some slack. Back to the situation. He's having a hard time. He's getting blown all over the place. Let's just do it real quick. Okay? Yeah, just do it. And hold. He's good. He's directly below us.
The thing that I was most concerned about was bumping the patient in the litter. It's a treacherous ride coming up any kind of rescue device into a Coast Guard helicopter. You can clearly see that our survivor is in for the ride of his life. Got a medevac off of a small boat. We've got a guy, he's broken his leg, possibly fractured. There's blood on deck. I've got about 60-mile-an-hour winds coming off of the rotor wash, and now all of a sudden I'm putting a guy strapped to a cable in this entire environment, and so it's unstable, and the guy's gonna start spinning. We're gonna try to minimize that by minimizing the time that our survivor's sitting on that rescue hook.
Litter just below the cabin door. All right, litter is outside the cabin door. Bring litter in the cabin. Litter inside the cabin. We'll bring a survivor into the cabin door.
Guy inside the cabin. Hoist complete.
We also had Dave Call, the health service specialist. He came with us to administer medical care. He actually jumped in to help Steve out, which was just some extra manpower they needed.
Vessel Tanisha, rescue 6010. We have your patient safely on board. We'll be back into our rescue swimmer.
When he was pulled into the back of the helicopter, I checked his leg out and it was splinted really well. The main thought going through my mind was to take care of his pain management, which with the injury, he was going to be in severe pain. So I broke out the morphine and I gave him 2 milligrams just to kind of take the edge off a little bit, which helped. He definitely relaxed a lot more.
Roger that on the water recovery. It's a good plan.
I just had a feeling. I was like, I bet they want me to get in the water. I was like, let's do it.
Rescue Swimmer 6010, we're ready for you to get in the water.
I was like, maybe I should ask the guy to slow it down or maybe stop. He slowed it down and I jumped off.
Swimmer is in the water. Ready for recovery of the swimmer at 3 o'clock. He's just going to swim over there. He's already close.
It's a procedure that a lot of swimmers do, and we always prepare for it. We take our fins and booties and whatnot, so in case we gotta get in the water, we swim away from the boat.
We're swimming out at 3 o'clock. He's swimming. And he's swimming almost, he's right underneath that right main, right? Yep. Less than 5. He's right directly underneath the aircraft right now. Begin the hoist. And the swimmer is just below the cabin. Swimmer is at the cabin door. Swimmer is inside the cabin.
Yeah, we have the swimmer and the patient on board. We're en route back to Kodiak. Request to call ODO and have ambulance stand by. 6010 will be there in 30 minutes. 30 minutes.
Hey, the helicopter's 30 minutes out. Yep.
It was a high hoist. It was a little higher than I'm used to.
That was the hardest one I've ever done. Couldn't have hoisted with a better group of guys. With Eric, Steve, Dave Called, and Jess, my co-pilot.
We have folks specially trained here in Kodiak that are trained in handling medical emergencies and transporting them from the helicopters to the emergency services. These people are experienced, they have the gear, and they're on scene, ready to go, ready to take our 24-year-old injured patient to the ambulance that's going to get him out of it and get him to help.
Why is it again so much?
I'm gonna be late for my wife's birthday party, so I gotta go. But
I'm not home right now. I'm sitting here talking to you guys, so I gotta get out of here.
Good, sir. How you doing?
Great. How about you?
Good.
My name is Jerome Selby. I'm the mayor of the Kodiak Island Borough. We're at the annual Coast Guard Appreciation Dinner. It's an event where we celebrate Coast Guard being in Kodiak. This is the best relationship between the United States Coast Guard and a community of anywhere in the United States. And so we all like to, at least once a year, get together and let everybody know we appreciate each other, and we're going to continue to work together on a close basis.
All righty. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We're glad that you guys are here tonight.
With events like this, the community of Kodiak very eloquently lets us know how they appreciate the Coast Guard. So in my simple way, let me say the feeling is mutual. There's so many places I've been where the community doesn't really understand what the Coast Guard does, but here in Kodiak, it's a lot different.
You are part of America's finest, and it is a privilege and an honor to have you serving this great country here on this little old community on Kodiak Island. When you folks have rescued somebody or when you folks have done something outstanding, and sometimes we don't get a chance to really say thank you. So we like to take this one night a year and try to make sure that we say thank you and that everybody in the Coast Guard knows just how much we really do appreciate what happens. So thank you very much for your service to Kodiak and to the United States of America. So let's give that a hand.
We are truly honored and privileged to work and live in a place like Kodiak, where the community knows what we do and really appreciates what we do. It's like no place else that I've ever been. when we take on those additional risks, when we go out in Alaska's worst weather, when we match our skills, our wits, and our best equipment against the nastiest fury that Mother Nature has to offer. That's when it gets personal for us. It's what we do, it's who we are, and it's personal.
As winter fast approaches Alaska, the Coast Guard responds to emergencies all over the state in Ketchikan.
My neighbor over there, there's a skiff going in a circle, a guy landing there, I think he's dead.
In Sitka, rescuers battle hurricane-force winds to find an overdue vessel.
We knew we were in for a long morning with the conditions that we took off into.
And in Kodiak, an unknown distress call sends the Coast Guard into the Alaskan wilderness.
You don't know what it is. If it's somebody who's lost, somebody who's cold, somebody who had to run in with wildlife. So we're like, okay, let's go check it out.
The vast Alaskan wilderness, a place where beauty is cloaked by danger. Here every day, 350 highly trained men and women risk their lives to save others. America's deadliest waters are protected by Coast Guard Alaska.
I'm Lieutenant Simon Green, and I'm a search and rescue pilot stationed at Air Station Sitka, Alaska. If I'm not working, spending time with my family here in Sitka, we actually spend a lot of time just walking downtown. You know, when it's ringed with snow-capped mountains and it's quiet, it's a blast.
Why can't we cross the street?
My wife is named Mary Grace. Phenomenal mom. We just had our second kid, so now we have a 22-month-old and a 2-week-old. So a lot of work, but she's just a phenomenal person.
I have no idea what this one's gonna be.
She's gonna be something that has to do with adventure for sure.
Yeah, she definitely takes after me. She's pretty fearless, pretty adventurous. Or maybe a stripper, I don't know. Hey, get away from that pole. Keep walking.
Sitka is quite different from anywhere I've ever lived, just in terms of the smallness of it, the weather, but I really like it. It's a very small town feel. The Coast Guard community is really tight-knit. We're really liking it so far.
Hey, Ed, look at the two bald eagles up there. You can just see their little fanny. See them?
I love it here. Just having the natural beauty of Sitka. I think most pilots want to come to Alaska. I think professionally it's kind of at the apex of what we do in terms of weather, in terms of missions. We've just enjoyed the hell out of it.
Sector was saying that their boats have looked at the marine forecast. The marine forecast is calling for 60+ knot winds. So we'll probably be leaving here around 7. Then we're gonna be following the QQ Strait through Rocky Pass, down towards Point Baker, and then over to Wrangell. We're looking for a 22-foot vessel, individual transiting from one small town to another small town in southeast Alaska through a channel. And basically he was supposed to be in it at 6 p.m. last night, and nobody's heard from him.
The crew had been out all night looking for an overdue vessel. They've been flying for almost 6 hours. They were gonna bag out, which means they can no longer fly. Their fatigue level has been met, so we'll need another crew to come in and prosecute a first flight search.
Sir, we've got our guard set up with sector.
Roger. Flight controls and flight instruments all look good. System instruments are in the green.
If there is someone out there, their chance of stumbling upon, a house on the shore or safety, shelter, warmth is almost zero. And if you go in the water and you're wet at all, with the water temperatures and the air temperatures and the wind around here, your rate of survival goes down drastically.
The thing that makes Alaska unique is how unpredictable the weather is. So what you see when you take off and what the weather's gonna be like right around the corner could potentially be and is frequently two very different things. The only thing that's consistent about Alaska is inconsistency. You don't know what to expect. In a place like Southeast Alaska, there's a good chance that if this person is in distress, that they're in it by themselves, and if we don't get on scene, no one else will.
The whole idea of first light search is to be on scene as the sun's rising.
Coast Guard Sector Juneau, Coast Guard Sector Juneau. We are airborne from Sitka, Alaska for search and rescue for the overdue vessel. Copy that.
The boat hadn't been seen in either of the two villages. And up here, you know, it's not like there's a third village that you can just pull into and the guy decided to spend the night there. Chances are if he wasn't in Cake and he wasn't in Wrangell, he was in distress.
Be advised, on-scene weather, visibility 5 miles, and ceilings are around 2,000 feet over.
As we got out to outside waters for our low visibility route and made our turn to the south, we got hit with 50 to 60 knot winds. We knew we were in for a long morning with the conditions that we took off into right out of Sitka.
So that's the wind coming up. They call it hurricane force winds, yeah.
Our guys are going to be making a left-hand turn 180 degrees and out the right door as soon as we come around. It's going to be a little harbor. I don't see anything that really matches. They all look like fishing boats.
So what we did first was we did a sweep of the harbor and coastline area of Cake. And then we got a call from our sector ops center.
Sector Juneau, 6034, go ahead.
Roger, 6034. Looks like we might have a vessel relaying for the vessel you're looking for, the Keeper. The closest we can tell, he's on the Point Berry side of Conclusion Island, over.
Roger, good copy. Kilo, we'll be there within 15 minutes.
He said he was in distress, his boat was sinking, and he needed to abandon ship. He gave a geographical position, and so we basically made a beeline directly to his position. And you actually hear the vessel themselves, and they're saying they're sinking. I think that's when everything kind of changes. Started flying a lot faster. We started setting up the back of the aircraft to effect the rescue with the basket, the litter, the hoist, getting all that stuff ready to go. So when we arrive on scene, we're not wasting time doing that. So we go from just a crew to a search and rescue crew, and everything crystallizes at that moment.
And that's Point Berry right there at our 11 o'clock. So he should be dead ahead. There he is, 1 o'clock below.
You got door speed.
When we first got on scene, we saw the boat was fairly open in the back. I knew it was going to be a little bit tricky to hover over that, but the guy physically was talking to us and physically could move and do things. So we decided to pull him off the boat just using the basket.
Hoist all.
Hoist is set all. All right, guys, we're going to attempt the basket without trail line to the stern of the vessel.
I'm going to talk to him for a second. And Vessel Keeper from Coast Guard Helicopter.
Yes, sir, I read you.
Our plan is to pick you up with a basket. Once it's on deck, go ahead and climb into it. Keep your legs and arms inside the basket at all times, and I will bring you up.
Roger.
And rescue check is completely ready for a basket for recovery of survivor.
All right, and begin hoist.
Once we actually moved over the boat, the seas were a little bit bigger than we had originally anticipated, 6 to 8 with some 10-footers rolling in. And the boat was not underway. It's a lot easier to hoist to a boat that's moving. This boat was dead in the water, and so we can blow it around, and it's being blown and affected a lot more by the winds and waves.
Altitude, right, 10. Forward and left. And easy right. And hold, and basket on deck, up.
When you're briefing up, one of the more hairy evolutions that we can do in terms of a basket delivery to a boat, the biggest thing that you're trying to manage is doing it quickly, but not rushing anything to the point that it's not going to be safe.
Survivor is getting inside basket.
If we were to snag the basket on deck and have to shear the hoist, we're likely going to see this guy end up in the water and have to get pretty creative from that point.
Take it slow. And Vessel Keeper from Coast Guard Helicopter.
Yes, sir, I read you.
Our plan is to pick you up with a basket. Once it's on deck, go ahead and climb into it, and I will bring you up.
Roger.
We had a call that came in, and it was an overdue 22-foot bay liner with one person on board, and he was got underway from Cake and was going to Wrangell, Alaska. And I believe he was 6 hours overdue by the time the Coast Guard was notified. The weather was pretty bad. It was gusting as high as 60 knots. That makes it quite a bit more challenging. Fortunately, the second crew that went out looking for the survivor, right before they arrived on scene, they heard a Good Samaritan vessel and they were able to fly right to him.
Inside, I'm starting to come up. And spotter. Inside cabin. And hoist complete. Roger that.
My name's Lester Kuntz. I live in Wrangell, Alaska. I've lived in Alaska for 47 years. Next month will be 48.
Ready for foreplay. Right after that.
I was going to Rocky Pass, and motor conked out about halfway through, and then the boat slid, and I heard a sickening crunch, and I figured at that point I'd punched a hole somewhere in the forward part of the boat. And I was going, no, no, no. I ran back, lifted my engine room cowling, and it was completely underwater. At that point, the boat was filling pretty fast. And here come the weather, and boy, did it come. And it came in a hurry. Yes, I was completely nervous at that point. I go, I gotta get out of here.
He's good, sir. He's not hurt or anything. Just he's warm.
Okay, cool.
When I heard the chopper coming, that was a big relief. It was a sound I'll always remember. If the Coast Guard hadn't have showed up, I had 10, maybe 20 minutes tops to stay on that boat, and then I would have swam for the island. Alaskan waters at this time of year is like jumping into a cooler full of ice. You don't last very long. The hypothermia can set in within 10 minutes, some people 20 minutes. I consider myself pretty tough, but not that tough.
Anybody got any shoes?
Yeah, you want one?
Yeah. Well, a survivor does.
He wasn't hypothermic, he was in good shape. The only thing that he was upset about was the fact that he had left his tobacco on board.
Here he goes, Ricky. We got sunset.
It's the first time I've had a survivor request a dip. That's pretty cool.
That was a thank God moment. Would like to say thanks to the chopper crew that got me out, and all the Coast Guard. It was a good feeling to know that you're being looked for.
On the way back from Wrangell to Sitka, in the short time that it took us to drop off this individual, his vessel had been taken by the sea. The thing had sunk, it was gone, and there was no sign of it whatsoever.
So today is kind of like the culmination of everything that we trained for. I think it's why everybody, especially at an air station, joined the Coast Guard. We get to go out in weather conditions like today, 60+ knot winds, and pull a guy off of a sinking boat and save his life. I think that's a pretty phenomenal way to spend a day.
Ready? Begin. 1, 2, 3.
Here at Kodiak, we have an Airman Apprentice program.
25. Stop rocking. 26. I like to see what they're capable of doing and see how far they can push themselves mentally and physically. No rock. That one's not going to count. That doesn't count. No rest. Let's go. You're done. Lawson, at the beginning of this test, you were told there is no rest on these exercises. Is that correct?
Yes, Chief.
That's 2 exercises we've completed. That's 2 exercises that you've been trying to rest in the middle of. That is a no-go. Do I need to make this any more clear?
No, Chief.
Get your head on straight and focus and do what is expected of you. You've been in the program for a month, and yet you still continue to try to push the envelope. This is an integrity issue. I'm not going to tolerate anymore. You understand?
Yes, Chief.
If you try to cheat or you try to shortchange something, you are done. Okay?
Yes, Chief.
Pull-up bars.
It's our job to screen these guys, and integrity is huge.
Doesn't matter if you can do 1,000 sit-ups if they're not good sit-ups. You got it?
Yes, Chief.
Knock the bar, knock them out.
5 good ones all the way down. We all have to have the right integrity to get the job done. You know, you go out there and make a situation worse, you know, they can get hurt. And these guys have to go home every night. We all have families. So.
one of the reasons I'm doing this is so that we get our heads in the game. If we're out there racing after a fisherman, I want that to strike fear in the hearts of my guys. We need to get there.
Yeah! You see that there was one individual who was unconscious on the boat.
I jumped over and killed the engine. Couldn't really get a pulse on him. He wasn't breathing. My main focus was trying to help this guy out.
Y'all had to pass swimming recently, right? Okay.
I'm Captain Joe Hester. I'm the commanding officer of the Coast Guard Cutter Sherman. We've come up here to do a patrol for the 17th Coast Guard District, and our job is going to be enforcing fisheries and doing search and rescue as it's necessary.
If we're out there racing after a fisherman who, when they tell us they're going into Gumby suits, I want that to strike fear in the hearts of my guys. We need to get there. I told the bosun, "Have you ever done this?" He said, "Oh, I've done Gumby suit swims." I said, "Well, I challenge you. I bet you I'm better."
All right, the 10 on this side is on my team. The 10 on that side is on the captain's team.
Yeah! Remember who's on whose team? The reason we're doing this, we need to be able to trust this gear, and our guys need to know that they can survive. And I also want them to know, at the end of the day, we really want to stay on this boat, keep this boat afloat. See you on the beach. That's one of the reasons I'm doing this, is so that we get our heads in the game. And if we ever get the call, we're putting on our Gumbies. And I want you guys to be just as concerned as you are for your own safety. I want you to be that concerned about the fisherman who's putting on his Gumby because he thinks he's going down. Well, clearly the captain won. Was anybody surprised? I think the bosun threw it, though. He's more fit than I am. Let's help our shipmates, all right? All right, guys, here we go. There you go, guys. Woo! Yeah! Woo! All right. Yes, all right, gather around for a second. The point of this drill, yeah, to have some fun. That's a good thing. But it's also learn to trust our equipment. We'll see how it works. And when we hear the call that a fisherman's going into a Gumby, they're gonna be out in the middle of the Bering Sea, which is another 10 degrees colder than this. So imagine how scared you'd be outside of land and your boat's going down and they put out the call of the Coast Guard saying, "We're done in our Gumbies." That's why we're here. That's why we brought old Sherman this many thousand miles, all right? I trust my gear more than I did before. Anybody else? All righty. Good job, both teams.
We're taking one shower.
All right. All righty, guys.
Lawson, you ready to go PT?
Yes, sir.
We gotta catch all your stuff up and get you up to date. Okay. We have airmen here going through pre-training. I've been assigned Airman Lawson's mentor. All right, you're up. He's had some bumps in the road, so he needs to have the right guy mentor him. I think a senior person, and yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
How many pedals, Morrissey?
Start, kick them out. 10 of them.
My name is Brett Lawson. I want to be AST, Aviation Survival Technician. The reason I joined the Coast Guard is to become a rescue swimmer and have that opportunity to save someone's life.
Lawson, let's go!
Pedals, Morrissey.
Every step, that's integrity. Back down. Integrity is important in the Coast Guard because if you're not doing the right thing at the right time, somebody's gonna die. We're the end-all, be-all, you know? We're the last chain of this person's survival. We're interested. Why is honesty important? What's our main job as aviation survival technicians? What's our main job?
Main job?
You don't know what our main job is?
You guys...
Rescue swimmer is probably 5% of our job. Okay?
You guys maintain equipment.
Okay, what kind of equipment?
You guys do parachutes, pumps.
What's the name of that stuff? You better find that out. You better find information. You better run and ask an AST right now.
All right, Pastor Morrissey.
Go, find it. What's our main job, Lawson? If you don't know that, week 4, we got problems. That's 95% of our job. Good God. Week 4. Lawson here is learning about integrity. You know, if he's not fitting the mold, he'll be gone.
No, Pastor Morrissey.
Week 4, you don't know what our main job is. Wait, I know where it's at. I had to find something.
Pastor Morrissey, is it pyrotechnics?
What? It's in the top block somewhere. What's our main job? What's it say?
Inspections.
This line. Can you read?
Aviation life support.
Okay. Back upstairs. As an AST, our main job is what?
Aviation life support.
Aviation survival technician. I don't think he's gonna make it. I don't think he's gonna make it. I think he's got too much baggage in his head. I think he's scared of the water. But I say to him, prove me wrong. I don't make it personal. I keep it professional. And I want him to prove me wrong. And if he does, I'll be pleasantly surprised. And I'll welcome him into this raid. But he's got some work to do.
We had a Good Samaritan that pulled up to the dock, said that he had passed a boat that was doing circles, and he said it looked like there was somebody unconscious on board.
It's right over there in the jam.
Alaska is a vast and immense state, and in addition to Kodiak, we have units all across the state, including Ketchikan, Alaska, where they're responsible for near coastal marine response.
Ketchikan is the first port coming up into Alaska, so we get a lot of commercial fishing traffic coming through here. The weather up here is pretty extreme. In Ketchikan, we get lots and lots of rescues that we do here.
Well, my neighbor over there's a skiff going in a circle, and a guy landing there, I think he's dead. I tried to, you know, I come up alongside the skiff and tried to get it stopped and get him, but I can't.
Okay, what, you coming right out here?
Yeah, sure.
Let me go, yeah, go get Swanner.
We had a Good Samaritan that pulled up to the dock. I guess he saw that we were down there working on the boats. He said that he had passed a boat that was doing circles, and when he tried to get close to it, he said it looked like there was somebody unconscious on board, and it was within 500 yards of the station here.
Sure, we got a first aid kit and all that other stuff.
Yeah, me too, just down there.
All right.
Seaman Cunningham came up to me and he told me that there was a boat going in circles right across from us in the Narrows. We got a boat crew underway.
It's right over there in the jam.
The boat that we went out to investigate today was approximately 300 to 400 yards actually off the station itself on Pennock Island. When we came alongside, we could see that there was one individual who was unconscious on the boat, and unfortunately, his engine was jammed all the way over, so his boat was just making sharp, really tight circles to the right side there. So I had to make the decision on whether or not I was going to let him run into the rocks or, you know, try to take that extra effort, take the hit on the 25 today. Came alongside, took the hit. Seaman Veneta made a great throw with one of our alongside lines that happened to snag one of the bits on the forward part of the boat. And after that, we pretty much tied up the boat to us as fast as possible.
I jumped over and killed the engine. He was unconscious. Couldn't really get a pulse on him. He wasn't breathing. I just started doing CPR. Baker just took us right back to the base.
I grabbed the EMT kit and the oxygen tank and started administering oxygen.
As we're coming across, Seaman Vanetta and Petty Officer Forrest were letting me know, the condition of the individual, and letting me know that he wasn't breathing, that he didn't have a pulse. So that kind of put it in my mind that I needed to get back to the station as fast as possible, but still maintaining a safe speed, so I'm not throwing them around so that they can do their job properly.
We just had a team down there ready to meet them because crew of 3 on a boat, you're doing CPR, you're taking care of the person, and you need other people there to help them.
Do we got EMT en route? Yes.
When we got back, I continued doing CPR. SMB and Baker got on the AED, attached it to him, which sends a shock to help revive the guy.
Don't touch, don't touch, don't touch. Stand by, stand by. Clear. Yeah, you're on. Get low, though. Yeah. If needed, begin CPR. Go. We were putting everything we had into it, doing a proper CPR, making sure the AED was hooked up properly. And so, you can't be performing CPR while trying to analyze to use the AED. So just having those downtimes in between performing CPR, and just trying your hardest, you're wearing out so fast, but you never wanted to just give up because you're just so focused on trying to get this guy, better and help him out.
There you go. Watch your feet with the lines.
We carried the litter up with a member on it for the EMTs.
All right, you got it? Yep.
Loaded them into the ambulance. The door's closed, and it's their case now.
That's a good thing, the Coast Guard's here. They knew what to do immediately, and they did it. And I think it only took them 2 attempts to get the boat stabilized and secured alongside, and then there were people right on board. Yeah, it was pretty impressive, really, I thought. I love the Coast Guard.
Airman Lawson has had some demons, as I say, in training in the pool. He definitely fears it, and we're going to see where he's at today. We're going to go to the pool and see what he's made of.
Get in the pool, let's go. Ready, go.
This training is more about the mental side. Physically, we can make anybody into a rescue swimmer, but mentally, it's where the rubber meets the road. That's where it's at. What's going on, man? What's going on? Airman Lawson's in the pool, and he's doing a 500-yard swim, and all of a sudden he's freaking having a seizure out there. I don't know what's going on. I jump in, we get him out, me and Chief.
What shoulder injury have you had?
It's my right one, the one that's been occurring.
Okay, wait a minute. Since before you got in the program?
I got in the program and then I heard it again in the program.
Let me ask you this. Did you disclose this injury to us? No. You hid it from us. I know. I read your medical questionnaire.
Yeah, I never said I had a shoulder injury.
Get out of the pool.
Come on. Let's go.
He's got an injury, reoccurring injury over the past year and a half, I don't know, and never really told us about it. So he's gonna get evaluated and see what it's all about. Get him healthy, then we'll worry about what's gonna go on later with him. Tell me what happened in the pool.
Awesome. I was just swimming my 500, and I just felt it started getting a little tight, but I just thought it was just muscle. And then I was swimming, and then it just popped, and then I just stopped. Bring my shoulder over to swim, take my stroke, and my shoulder popped. Gave out, and I buckled in the water, grabbed my shoulder, and couldn't swim anymore.
This is definitely a game changer right now for you. I'm sure you're aware of this. We'll see what's going on, and it's up to Chief to make decisions. The potential repercussion for Airman Lawson obviously would be having to drop the program due to medical reasons. That's probably my mind right now. Lawson, call me up when you got it. I'm gonna hang out with you, okay?
We'll do pass, Marcy.
It's suspected that there's a hunter out there.
Come down a little bit. Can you come down? What is that right there? You guys see that hot spot?
Just bring it over there, Captain.
That'd be the Cadillac.
That's the Cadillac of ATVs right there. Today we've got Captain Bill Deal, our skipper, myself, a number of the other officers, and we're going to show them the trails. And they're fairly new to Kodiak. We've been here myself, it's my 8th year, I guess, and skipper is about 7 or 8 years as well. So it's a fun ride. It's 18 miles, I think, 17 or 18 miles in. Is that right, Skipper?
Yeah.
And then we're going to go and do some fishing. We might see some bears.
It is my first ATV trip up here, but I grew up doing a lot of kind of off-road dirt bike type of stuff, so it's not going to be totally out of the norm. It's a fairly benign trail that we're going back on. It's mostly to get there to fish.
That'll be good. Should we get rolling?
Let's go.
Welcome to Kodiak.
A lot of our rescues are medevac type of rescues. We have some hunting accidents, some hiking accidents, hypothermia, and to actually go out there and understand, how slippery shale is or how powerful water is. For the young officers to see that, I think, is just invaluable, and it helps give them a better understanding of what the folks that we're rescuing face. Oh, nice fish.
We have the best job in the world stationed out here in Kodiak. All the search and rescue and flying we get to do. And then on days like this, you get to come out on a nice sunny day in October, catch some salmon. It's beautiful to come out here on your downtime and enjoy the outdoors, Kodiak style.
How's that for beautiful Alaskan salmon?
We got a great bunch of folks at the air station, and anytime we get a chance to get out and do something together, especially something as fun as taking the four-wheelers out and catching a few fish, it's pretty awesome.
Kodiak operation, Lieutenant Evans. Okay. We had a call from district. They had gotten a transmission on a personal locator beacon on a Raspberry Island. It's suspected that there's a hunter out there, and he activated it, and that sends a signal which broadcasts his position. And every time that signal is received and transmitted, the Coast Guard gets a position. So they got about a 6-mile triangle that the helicopter crew is gonna search in.
Jason Evans came and found me, told us we have a call. The first indication that we had, all we was, is we knew it was coming from a personal locator beacon. We knew where it was coming from. It was coming from an island north of Kodiak, and we know it's multiple GPS positions. We don't have any other kind of indication of what you're dealing with, if it's somebody who's lost, if it's somebody who's cold, if somebody's had a run-in with wildlife. You don't know what it is. So we're like, okay, let's go check it out.
Comstay Rescue 6006. We are airborne from Air Station Kodiak. We are en route to Raspberry Island. Over.
Roger. Alaska's a great environment to be able to use all the new tools we have in the helicopter. And so this is a perfect example of one night where we can use absolutely everything we have on the helicopter, including a direction finding equipment, night vision goggles, infrared camera, radar, all of our radios. We're using everything just to find these guys.
Here's the mouth of the river. I want to start to follow it up. I want to bring on the searchlight. I want to slow us up a little bit too. Roger that.
The initial GPS position is sitting up on a mountain ridge, a mountain that goes up to about 1,500 feet, and we're navigating between sea level and 500 feet. we're going to work our way up this mountain towards the GPS position, looking for any kind of signs of distress. We still don't know what we're looking for, but of course it's at night, it's raining, we got low visibility, and we need to find their heat signature using our infrared sensors.
There's a spot right there.
That's the animal, more than likely.
Yeah, laying down. Second elk.
Every heat signature could potentially be the guy that you're looking for. We're picking up all sorts of animals.
Come down a little bit. Can you come down? What is that right there?
Oh.
You guys see that hot spot?
About where do you think it is?
There it is, right there.
Oh yeah.
Mark position.
It could be a person.
We have a call. All we knew it was coming from a personal locator beacon. We knew where it was coming from. It's coming from an island north of Kodiak, and we know it's multiple GPS positions. We don't have any other kind of indication of what you're dealing with, if it's somebody who's lost, if it's somebody who's cold, if somebody's had a run-in with wildlife. You don't know what it is. So we're like, okay, let's go check it out.
Come down a little bit. Can you come down? What is that right there?
Oh.
You guys see that hot spot?
Oh yeah.
Mark position.
It could be a person. There's all sorts of wildlife on Raspberry Island. I was picking up elk and bears, and it's like, is that a person? Is that a person? We'd fly over it again, and no, it's a deer or an elk.
Looking for any signs of distress, anything at all. Oh, there it is. Got something.
I got something. Yep. There's a fire right there.
Roger, I got it out at 2 o'clock.
Fire going.
Stand by to mark a no position. Stand by to mark.
He's waving his hand.
Yeah, somebody waving.
Stand by to mark. Now. Mark a no position.
Marked. Sector Anchorage, we have located the PLB. We're not able to contact the people yet. They're on the ground. Over.
Here's Sector Anchorage, Roger. You located the PLB.
2 tents and one person there.
Roger. Nice job, guys. There's a couple of level spots here.
We circled it a few times, had a good crew discussion about how we're going to get in there, and we're able to do what's called a rough area landing. And the tricky part about a rough area landing is, especially with the tall tundra grass that you find a lot up here in Alaska, is you don't know if there's potholes, you don't know if there's rocks or anything that might damage the helicopter or that you could potentially get stuck in, even the mud.
I got the landing zone in sight. It's going to start to creep in.
We just did a real slow descent, and my crew has got his head poking out the door, giving me commands.
Easy down, hold. We're looking good. Does appear to be any instructions. Easy down, tail is on deck.
The guy's over at our 9 o'clock.
All right, I see him over there.
Eric, his job is to get out there, assess the survivors, and give us a call back, and that's exactly what he's going to do. He's going to give us a call, and we're waiting for, hey, what's going on? How many people do we have? What condition are they in? Are they lost? Are they cold? Are they injured? What do we have?
I walked over, and then first thing in my mind is I saw the 2 guys. I was thinking, oh boy, they hit the button because their friend hasn't come back, so we're going to be up all night, having to try to locate somebody who doesn't have a PLB on them. But turned out one of the individuals is the individual who hit the button, and he was the one who was in trouble. He was cold, he was shivering, and after talking to him, he didn't want to leave, so he assured me that he was fine.
Rescue 6006, rescue swimmer.
06, go ahead.
Roger, we got 2 individuals over here. The one that hit the butt, and he was in bad shape and hypothermia, but he's warmed up, and he seems to be thinking he's going to do better here, and he's not needing to leave tonight.
Hypothermia is a tricky one because, unfortunately, the hypothermic victims who have been found in the wilderness have often been found naked because the body and the brain will play tricks on you, thinking that you're actually much warmer than you really are.
That guy's still, he's like shivering, or he's like shaking his arms and stuff like he's cold. Let's just have a good talk with the swimmer, because I know from a medical standpoint, like people who think they're good aren't.
Right.
Hey, Eric?
Sir.
Give him a good once-over as far as his medical condition, because hypothermic people have bad judgment, and if he says he's good, he might not be good.
Hi, sir. I asked the guy, I said, are you sure you're okay? If you're cold, you're miserable, you need to be able to warm up. Otherwise it's just going to get worse and worse.
he said, yeah, I'd like to go. So I got on the radio and called the pilots and said, hey, listen, these guys both had a change of heart and they want to come with us now.
You walk a fine line when you have to either convince people they do or they don't need help, you know? Yeah. It's tough. There they are right there, coming through the weeds. Oh, they've got weapons, too. Are those guns safe?
Roger, yeah, we cleared them all. They got 4 of them, we cleared them all.
All right, thanks.
Ready for takeoff, sir?
Roger that.
All right, you're clear. Clear up.
Let's go ahead and arrange the ambulance to meet us when we get back. Roger.
What do you got? We got our guy up front here. We landed here, and the individual who was cold went in the ambulance, and then the other guy stayed, and he had a plan to get to a hotel or know where his buddy's at so he could check on his friend.
The Coast Guard here in Alaska, they really are the best of the best. I would call them the varsity team, especially when it comes to search and rescue. And me and my friend are definitely a testament to that. We're back here safe, and everything is pretty much good to go because of these guys.
How you doing? How you doing?
Right.
Scott Hamilton. Vince Jansen, nice to meet you. I was the pilot. Appreciate it. All right, glad you guys are back safe.
When we talked to him, they said the guy who hit the button, his core temperature was 93 degrees, so he was cold. Yeah, it makes you feel good that it wasn't just because someone was uncomfortable, but because they were really in trouble.
When I finally got the news for being medically disenrolled, it was very devastating because this is my dream. It's what I want to do coming into the Coast Guard, was just to be a rescue swimmer. And now that I can't do that right away, I have to look at other options for the time being until maybe I can go back into the program.
Due to the forecasted amount of time that it would take him for recovery and then to get back to where he's fit for full duty to train properly, it just wasn't an option to let him remain in the program.
I think it was a great experience. I think I learned a lot. The ASTs, the rescue swimmers, what they do it's incredible. And I wish I could be a part of that someday.
I got the target area in sight.
As the temperature drops, the Coast Guard deploys a cutter out to the icy Bering Sea.
Somebody has to go out and save the fishermen. I think it's us.
On Raspberry Island, 2 hunters are stranded in the freezing Alaskan night.
Automatically makes me think, oh boy, this is, someone could be pretty hurt.
And in Sitka, the rescue team rushes to the aid of a man shot in the back.
We were going about 190, 195 miles an hour. So, man, I hope we can get there in time.
The vast Alaskan wilderness, a place where beauty is cloaked by danger. Here every day, 350 highly trained men and women risk their lives to save others. America's deadliest waters are protected by Coast Guard Alaska.
Coast Guard, rescue 6030, channel 21 clear. Just wanted to let you know that our ETA is 25 minutes right now.
Roger, I have you ETA 25 minutes.
I'm Lieutenant David Berkey, stationed here at Air Station Sitka, one of the pilots. Today we are doing a central patrol, which includes Sitka, Petersburg, Wrangell. We're just going along, and all of a sudden we heard Sector Juneau talking to somebody that was in distress.
Mayday, mayday. This is Ivy Joe. Can anybody hear me?
Vessel in distress, this is Coast Guard Sector Juneau. What is your position and nature of distress? Over.
We are on the ridge on the north side of Hawk Inlet. The victim's got a gunshot wound right in the back.
Gunshot wounds. What was running through my head specifically today when we did hear that he was shot in the back was, man, I hope this guy can make it 45 minutes till we get there.
Are you getting the litter ready? Is that what we're planning on? Okay.
When we got the call, we were 110 miles away, and we immediately turned in that direction, and we were fortunate to have about a 20-25 knot tailwind. So over the ground, we were going 170 knots, which is about 195 miles an hour. So, man, I hope we can get there in time.
Okay, we're about 500 feet up the hill. We're going to head down to the beach.
All right, so they're moving to the beach, guys. Roger. Well, if they're moving, hopefully it's still pretty stable. Yeah. Maybe a 12 gauge and not a freaking 30-06.
For this SAR case especially, it's a gunshot wound. We think that there's a very finite amount of time that we can be helpful for this patient. And so we're flying the plane as fast as it can go, and you're trying to do everything you can so that when you get on scene, you can be as quick as possible and get the guy to medical care. Most likely, you know, the guy's not going to be ambulatory, so we're looking at a hoist with a litter, getting him into the cabin, and then all sorts of trauma in the back.
All right, this guy is bleeding really bad. You have very close? I do.
We had about a 40-minute plus transit time, so I had quite a bit of time to get my medical gear together. We heard that he was shot in the back. You know, there's a lot of vital organs in your torso. And mentally I'm preparing, I'm just doing a checklist of what I might need in case the worst case scenario happens where my survivor is starting to crash or we get on scene, he's in a bad way.
Ready to go in the back. Roger. Okay, guys, I'm looking for the folks on the beach. I think I got him. He's got doors feet.
Roger, count doors going up. Count doors open.
There's him. Dude that's shot in the back. Just standing there?
Correct. One is the victim, the other one is fine. Yeah, those are the people you're looking for.
We saw two people on the shore, and I was surprised that a gunshot wound that the guy was standing up.
All right, Roger, what was he shot with?
A 30-06 at 50 yards.
Shot with a 30-06 at 50 yards. He's walking. That's amazing.
A 30-06 is a 30 caliber bullet, has really good ballistics and shoots really well, so a lot of hunters use it, and it packs quite the wallop.
What's that, hoist all?
Hoist all.
Roger, we got about 15 feet of rotor clearance.
Sure. We could almost land right here.
There was just a little skinny strip of beach, and the closer we got to it, we saw it was big enough to, hey, let's give it a try to see if we can land.
Are we over the water on your side? Yeah. The problem is going to be that motorized terrain. Okay, so you can hop out.
All right. Over's out the cabin though.
Right wheel touched, flight mech cleared me out, had my load and go medical kit with me, made patient contact.
As soon as John was able to hop out of the aircraft, we took off just to give him some space to be able to talk without all the rotor noise and rotor wash and all that.
I asked him where he'd been shot, turned around and showed me the entry wound. I asked him if he has any trouble breathing because it was probably at the lower end of where his right lung, lower lobe would be. I asked him if he was in pain. He said, yeah, of course, you know, it hurt.
Yeah, so the patient is most comfortable in a standing position, and he's pretty stable right now. I think it would be best if we could just do what we just did to drop me off to put the patient on board. I don't want to mess with the time getting the litter out and everything.
Roger, sounds like a plan. Yep, loud clear, coming in for landing.
We got about 15 feet clearance to the right. Very easy right. Easy right down.
Anytime we can land, it's a safer evolution than hoisting. It makes you a little on edge because that was a tight beach and the left wheel was almost in the ocean, and then out the right side were all the trees where the rotor tips were. So we had to be careful to make sure we didn't mess that one up. And the gunshot victim, we wanted him to get to the hospital as soon as possible, and it just saved us a lot of time being able to land.
603, go this is Coast Guard Sector Juno.
Sector 30 ops, we're on scene, we're loading the patient. We'll be airborne in 2 mics, how on that?
Roger, good copy.
So patient's in the cabin, and I want to get a quick picture of, you know, exactly what his vitals are doing. Cut his clothes away so I could see the wound. I wanted to inspect the wound to make sure that there wasn't any gurgling or anything that had gotten into his lungs. His wound looked remarkably good. It had pretty much sealed up all his subcutaneous tissues.
He's not bleeding all that bad. Okay. Bullet lodged in his side, right side.
Very, very little blood. I could see the projectile just protruding into his skin. No exit wound at all. You know, I told him he's lucky. And he thanked us. Assessing the patient en route, he notified me that he urinated blood about a half hour prior. So that got me thinking, you know, that he was bleeding internally. I made sure that he had high flow, positive pressure, O2 on his face. It helps ease anxiety, and also if he did have a hole in his lung, it's positive pressure. I was monitoring his vitals with the life pack, and everything was good. You know, blood pressure was good, heart rate was good, you know, O2 sat was good.
All right, so my theory is that the bullet passed through some internal organs, but it didn't hit his lungs. He's breathing fine. I don't see any gurgling coming out at all.
The Coast Guard H-60 is very small in the back, very cramped. The things that they do back there is pretty amazing.
And EMS is there, John. Roger. And we should be on deck here in about 3 minutes as you're ready for approach. Roger.
There's so very little workspace, and the mobility of being able to get around a patient, it's pretty tough. So they do great work back there.
Sector 6030, working deck off list.
Roger, on deck at Juno.
You go ahead and open the door, Chris. Roger.
Getting that gunshot victim out of the woods, it was something completely outside the box of what I usually experience in my job. It just made it that much more intense. Unfortunately, sometimes it doesn't always go so smooth. So in that particular moment, it's just a huge relief, you know, because you did your best and you gave them off to somebody who has more experience and better care than you. You know, it's exciting every time something like this happens. It just resets your drive to continue to train hard and be the best you can possibly be. And I think that everybody else in the crew feels the same way.
The Coast Guard cutter Sherman, we're going to spend our time up here in the Bering Sea and making sure that the fishermen out there are safe. So boarding them, checking their safety requirements, protecting America's interests at sea.
We've got a 76-year-old male, difficulty breathing, flying to Uzinki. We've got our EMT. Our mission is to bring him back here to the airport.
Mayday, mayday. This is Ivy Joe. Can anybody hear me?
The 6030 overheard Sector Juno talking to somebody on channel 16 in regards to a gunshot wound to the back. The 6030 self-diverted. Upon arriving on scene, they observed a 25-year-old male with a gunshot wound to the back. The rescue swimmer did a quick evaluation and took the shot hunter to Juno, where awaiting EMS transported the guy to the hospital.
We are trained to help. We want to help. We're doing this job to help. So there's excitement. The mission's done, and now we pretty much reset and get ready for the next one. Was this for the green beans or was this for the sauce?
That was for the sauce.
I'm Lieutenant David Berkey, stationed at Air Station Sitka, and I'm one of the pilots.
That's just like Daddy flies, isn't it? Every time we tell her that Daddy's gone to work, she goes, work, and helicopter. We'll get home and she'll be like, helicopter, helicopter.
Again?
This one is Morgan. She just was 4 weeks yesterday. And this is Carson. She is almost 2 years old. That's Sadie, and she loves attention.
One of the other pilots, Andy Clayton, we're having his kids over so he and his wife can go out and have a date night in here within another week or so. They'll be doing the same for us. As pilots, we get together, we hang out, we do whatever. All of our kids are the same age, so they all hang out and they just absolutely love each other.
Hello, Andy.
That's Kylie, Andy Clayton's daughter, and his other daughter, she's in the chair. Our kids hang out and play at least one night a week. You're over at somebody's house for dinner or they're over at your house. So just the community, the wardroom is just much tighter, and you just do so much more with each other off duty here. Dear Jesus, thank you for this day. Thank you for this time together. Bless this food our bodies, hands are prepared. Amen.
Amen.
The city of Sitka, it's amazing. That small town community, knowing everybody, them knowing you, it definitely works out well.
Very well. How's the steer course 215? Raise and secure bow prop. All right. Are we doing all right? Got a moment to break? That was good. You did exactly what I wanted you to do. Get a good hard twist. Get a feel for what the boat does. Let the boat talk to you, right? What'd you hear and feel? Felt the vibration? That's us cavitating a little bit. That's putting a little power in there. I'm Captain Joe Hester. I'm the commanding officer of the Coast Guard cutter Sherman that you see here behind me. For the next several months, we're going to spend our time up here in the Bering Sea enforcing fisheries laws, protecting America's interests at sea, and also making sure that the fishermen out there are safe. So boarding them, checking their safety requirements, making sure that they're up to standard, and in the event that one of them gets into trouble, we're there to respond. My family has been rescued by the Coast Guard. And I'm telling you, when you believe somebody in your family was saved by the Coast Guard, it changes your life. That's why I'm here. He's coming out of the left.
Roger, update on contact bearing 355. Contact appears to have crab pots on deck. Aye, aye.
This morning I asked Combat to make sure we had picked out some targets to board, and they've done their job, and they've set us up here for vessel. You can see off our starboard bow here. We're heading right over there to board them. It's important that we see that they're taking what they're taking legally.
No dilly-dally, and make sure all the BO equipment's in the small boat before we get lowered.
Once you guys are all ready, we'll break off to a good launch course, drop you in the water, get your people down.
All right, let's get it done.
Come left, steer course 135.
Come left, steer course 135I.
We just got done launching our CG-180 small boat. It's our job to be prepared, be ready to launch a small boat at all times, and get out there as fast as we can and do it safely as possible.
Very well.
46 is away, request 5 minutes, standby.
Stay on course 005.
Stay on course 005, aye. 005, checking 351.
The boat's alongside, keep caution. Let's hold it right where you are, because if he comes back to the right, you don't want to be too close. Boarding team is aboard.
All right, Captain, go top. Captain's up top. All the paperwork, everything's up there.
Thank you.
What they're going to do is they're going to do a quick limit sweep of your boat just to make sure it's safe for us to be on board. Sure.
We work hand in hand out here with the Coast Guard. There's nothing better than to have the feeling of a Coast Guard cutter in that chopper within minutes if something ever was to happen.
Checked all their safety equipment, everything came out right. Had a few small issues with the life rings, but corrected them on the spot, so no need for a violation. And they're using proper release of their catch, and everything was set.
All right. Well, it sounds good. Let's get out of here.
Great boarding. Very pleased with the guys. I think they did a fine job. This is exactly why we're supposed to be here. All right. That's great stuff, BMO. I'm proud of you. Good job. All you guys, good job. Somebody has to go out and save the fishermen. Somebody needs to stop the drug runners. Somebody needs to patrol our coasts. And I think it's us.
A Good Samaritan had reported that he'd sighted 2 flares. We notified the H-60 crew.
They're fatigued, they're cold, they're tired.
The hypothermia can really mess with a person's mind. Automatically makes me think, oh boy, this, someone could be pretty hurt.
We're going to do parachute disentanglement. It's simulating a downed military aviator. It's just a practice drill for us. I'm Chief Aviation Survival Technician, Charles Fowler. I run the survival shop here at Air Station Kodiak. You just drop in the water. We'll take care of the rest from up here. You just hang close to the side for a second. All right. So in today's events, we start out with a parachute disentanglement. Now that's something we normally do once every 6 months. We try to make it diverse and still engage the guys, because just to do push-ups and sit-ups and pull-ups and stuff becomes so monotonous over and over and over that you need that just to kind of spark, physiologically and psychologically, both. Here in Kodiak, we're fortunate enough to have the tower, so we'll do some deployments off that, which is simulating deploying off the helicopter. As a supervisor, we'll use whatever we have at our disposal to test situational awareness and to test their attention to detail.
Hey, can you hear me? Hey there. There you are. Couple for you. U.S. Coast Guard. There you are.
All right. As an AST and rescue swimmer, you're faced with difficult situations at times. You're dealing with multiple survivors, severe injuries, trauma, small children are sometimes involved. You have to compartmentalize this, and you have to keep your mental fortitude focused and then be able to get the mission complete and get people safe and home.
Captain Sam.
Thank you, sir. And can you please say again the name of your vessel?
That would be the Captain Sam.
Just sitting here at the desk, started monitoring over Channel 16 Emergency Freak. A Good Samaritan had reported that he'd sighted 2 flares in the vicinity of Compilation Strait. The captain of the Good Sam vessel reported that once he got close enough to see the beach, he could tell that there were 2 to 3 people on shore. The Good Sam captain feared that if bad weather rolls in or the tide comes up too far, that it's going to put the survivors in a bad situation, hypothermia, stuff like that. So we notified the H-60 crew, 2 persons on the beach, and it's about 25 nautical miles west-northwest of Kodiak.
So I'm sitting at home, playing with my laptop, watching some TV, when the call came in from the operations studio officer for a possible SAR launch for 2 guys stranded on Raspberry Island. He already gave us a thumbs up, as in, you guys are launching now, and we ran out to the aircraft.
All right, level off checklist.
Yep. Roger. Position, labels on break.
Checklist is complete.
Where are we headed, sir? There are 2 guys on the shore of Raspberry Island. They lit off a flare in a Good Sam in the area, saw it, called it into the Coast Guard, and it looks like they have built a shelter on shore.
The weather is spectacular. We had a moon for a little bit, so that helps with illumination on the night vision goggles. It was about 15-minute transit for us to get unseen.
Be advised, we were on scene. Did you see the people, Jim?
Yep, I saw the people. Going out, we knew very little. There seemed to be a sense of urgency to get out there. The hypothermia can really mess with a person's mind. They'll take off their survival suit. They'll think they're warm. So it's important to try to bring them back to reality and say, hey, listen, we're here. It's okay. We'll get you out of here. Call came in from the operations studio officer for a possible SAR launch for 2 guys stranded on Raspberry Island.
That's what I'm thinking at this point, is to do a beach landing. It's going to end up being a no-hover landing.
It would have been real hard to spot these guys sitting on the beach if it wasn't for the fishing vessel Captain Sam. They had a nice big searchlight out directly on these guys.
Do you want them to turn those lights off? I'm actually going to land a little bit beyond them, so I think those lights might actually help us as an ambient light from behind.
Sounds good.
One of our fears was to get these guys to make sure to not shine the spotlight at the aircraft, because we were all on night vision goggles. So we called them on the radio immediately, established contact with them, said, hey, we're the Coast Guard helicopter flying overhead. Make sure you don't point your searchlight at us, because some people just feel like, hey, maybe we help them see by pointing at the aircraft, and that wouldn't be good for us up front.
Do not shine your light on the helicopter. Right here looks good, sir. Easy down. Ground appears to be holding good. Left main still off deck. Okay, I'm all the way down. Collective's all the way down.
What was nice about the distance that we were from the two survivors was just the noise, where he can talk to him at a reasonable volume. They're fatigued, they're cold, they're tired, so any sort of extra exertion is taxing.
You guys need me to stick around, or you got it under control?
Cap Sam from the Coast Guard helicopter, we do have it under control. Thank you so much for the help. The lighting did indeed help us, and you're a good man for hanging out. Thank you.
We fly in, and you can see the Captain Sam had all their lights on, pointing directly where the two individuals were at. If that boat didn't see them, we may have never found them. I don't know how else they would have got a hold of us if the Captain Sam didn't see them.
Roger, tanks are good. Everything is good. Rescue Summer, you got channel 21 radio checked already? Oh, yes, sir. Okay, well, channel 21, let's talk to each other. You head over there, see what's going on. See if you can walk these guys over here. Roger.
We try to prepare for worst case scenario first until we can find out otherwise. The assumption was that these guys are probably hyperthermic. Assumptions were somebody could have been hurt.
Roger, I will comply yes and go find out what's going on. Roger that. They're cleared out, just be careful. They're in the rising terrain.
I'm heading towards their direction. I assumed that they would meet me halfway, so them not coming right away automatically makes me think, oh boy, this, someone could be pretty hurt. But it took a little while to get there. The tide was recently in, so it was wet. The rocks were wet, and there was a lot of seaweed. And once I got there, I noticed they had some bags packed, and they were packing up, getting ready to go.
I mean, we were prepared to hang it out.
We couldn't get out of here. We're screwed.
Yeah, we couldn't get out.
We caught up into some fishing lines this morning.
And it swamped, and it cut the boat motor, and when it did that, it would just throwed us right in here, and the bow.
Nowhere to go,
The bow went down, and.
After about 18 hours on the beach, working, trying to keep the boat from going into the ocean and getting camp set up, we were physically and emotionally just wiped out. Both of us were starting to suffer from heat cramps, muscle cramping up. There was no better sight than to see those flashlights coming towards us on the beach.
Just 2 months ago, I had a femoral artery. I had bypass. Bypass.
Just the Kuhneman that's concerned.
Roger. Older gentleman with some heart problems.
I've been taking a high dose of Coumadin, and that makes me bleed really. My blood's real thin.
Okay.
I have been taking a high dose of Coumadin, which at that time I did not know, but it was off the chart medical-wise. So if I'd have took a bump on the head or even a cut to my arm, I would have bled. I would have been. You would still see me on Raspberry Island.
We get in the helicopter, we give you guys some life jackets to put on.
Sure, that's fine.
For the ride back to Kodiak.
We can talk about all this when we get back, but
that's fine with me. I'm ready to go.
It's real slippery, so let's. I'm sure you guys know you've been on the beach a lot longer than I have.
Yeah.
We'll just start heading that way. We'll take our time.
My legs hurt real bad. I got all my medicine in it that I wouldn't go to sleep on. I feel real lucky, and I credit the Coast Guard all the way. That we wasn't sitting there for weeks or days on end waiting for somebody to come and get us.
Please tell them to stay low. First guy's coming in.
We have the two survivors on board, and we're seconds away taking off.
All right, we got everybody in the cabin. Stand by. Let me confirm that with the swimmer. All right, sir, we are ready for takeoff. Hey, so how are those two guys doing? Overall, their state of mind and their health? Yeah, I said obviously they feel a lot better that we showed up. Wow. Rescue 6006, Roger, be advised. We are airborne en route to Kodiak.
Yeah, so the 60 lifted, they got the guys on board. They should be back about a 15-minute route. Hopefully they're on deck in about another 5-10 minutes.
The decision was made to have the paramedics here to take them to the hospital to get checked out by a doctor.
Thanks to the captain and the Coast Guard, I'm real glad that they were there, that they got there, because I get to go home and play with my kids.
In a matter of 3.5 hours, when sitting on the living room playing with the laptop, 3.5 hours later, We land here and we drop off some guys and then go home, back to the family. You know, that's great.
Is that the one? Is that the magic ball? All right, let's do it. I'm Lieutenant Jason Evans, 60 pilot here at the Air Station, AUF Weapons Officer. I'm here with my family, Dolores, and my oldest son, Christopher, is 16, and my youngest son, Thomas, who's 10. We're at the bowling alley, and we like to come over here frequently and just get a couple games of bowling in. I don't think any of us are really that good, but it's a fun place to come and hang out. Look on the next one, don't come back like this. Just don't worry about doing it hard.
Just go in the middle of a class.
Easy. Straight up the middle. See that?
My name is Thomas, and I'm 10 years old, and my dad works at the Coast Guard base, and he flies 60s. I think it's cool because, like, he actually flies helicopters. It's like, I don't know a lot of people that do that.
The Coast Guard has a really important job. I mean, because saving people is really awesome. It's a really awesome thing to do. And if we didn't have the Coast Guard, there'd be a lot of people, that would get lost out at sea and stuff. And especially here in Kodiak because of the weather.
We weren't expecting to come to Kodiak, and that was a little bit of a shock. But looking back on it now, there's no other place that we'd rather be than Kodiak. And we're really thankful it worked out the way that it did. Really glad to be here. Let it go close to the ground, Thomas. There you go. Nice.
Thomas almost was right.
My family's very supportive, and if it wasn't for my family, I wouldn't be here, and especially my wife. If it wasn't for my wife, I wouldn't be where I'm at today, so it's great to have them here with me.
I'm gonna try. You missed it.
All right. Good job.
We were actually talking to the boys the other day about the Coast Guard and its mission, and that it's just not one person that the glory falls on. It's a combined effort of so many people to just perform this one rescue, and it's just amazing what they can all do, and I'm proud of him, and I'm proud of all of them.
That's a good thing I don't bowl for a living.
You got a 76-year-old male, difficulty breathing. We've got our EMT. Our mission is to bring him back here to the airport.
I'm Christy Van Ness. I am the 2011 Stiles Clark Auction Chairperson, and my husband and I are stationed here in Kodiak, Alaska with the Coast Guard because he is CO of ComStay. Every year we hold the Stiles Clark Auction. We raise money to buy gifts and presents for 7 of the outlying villages of Kodiak that are inaccessible except for air or boat.
65, we're here 70. 65 here, $70, 75, $75 we're at 80, $75 we're at 80, $80.
You know, that's really what we do in the Coast Guard. It's all about goodwill. I mean, most people that are in the Coast Guard are not because of the amount of money we make or the glory we get. It's all about helping people and being there and being there for others. And that's really what Santa represents. You know, he's there for others. He goes and brings gifts to those that don't have any gift.
There are quite a few villages around the island where you see very little outside contact. So Christmas time, all the 60 pilots get pretty excited about the opportunity to fly Christmases to the villages. It's a pretty big sense of accomplishment to be able to fly Santa, the elves, into each village and get to drop off the presents. We get to bring them Christmas.
Hello.
Hello.
Merry Christmas. How are you guys?
Good.
A Coast Guard helicopter coming in and delivering Santa Claus. I mean, how cool, you know, that's the next best to a reindeer and a sled is to have a Coast Guard helicopter fly in and deliver Santa.
Merry Christmas.
We're getting ready to do it's a little fun game that ASTs do for little underwater practice. Basically, the object of the game is to take the brick and take it to the other side and put it between the two cones in the gutter. It's kind of like an underwater hockey / football / capture the flag. Ready?
Here. Go!
Brick vault's definitely been something I've enjoyed throughout my career. So I still get in there with the guys, still mix it up with them. It's a little bit rougher game than what most people are used to seeing. It teaches you how to, gain control, and it teams you up against someone who's matching your own strength.
Good job, Ernie. Good job. Ernie. You're fighting like a tiger down there.
A lot of pushing, grabbing, punching. It's just what we do because we have to stay in shape. When you get that panic survivor, 50 migrants jump on top of you, what do? You're gonna have to fight to get back up.
Push him away from the wall.
Brick ball is intense. Everything's down, under, in the water, holding your breath. You could rip goggles off, rip fins off, hold the person down. You can do anything. It's like a herd just coming to one area. So we slam into each other. I think someone said they might have a black eye. It's a nice change of pace sometimes.
Got a 76-year-old male, difficulty breathing. Guidance is really clear, that's a 1. Pilots, Jim, how are you feeling?
Very good.
Very good, I'm as well. We got plenty of sleep last night. Air crew?
Awesome.
We got a call from District 17 requesting a medevac of a 76-year-old male off Uscg Island. It's about 10 miles just to the north here of Kodiak. The guy's having trouble breathing, so we're going to bring him back to the base and take him to the hospital.
Plan on heading out of here. We'll take the low-vis route. We'll have that loaded up in the flight director. If it looks like we can get across through town, we'll do that. It'll cut the time off. If not, we'll immediately turn offshore, take the low-vis route around. It'll be about a 45-minute transit.
Low visibility is always a factor in Kodiak, so that's something the pilots consider before launch, and something that we always have to take a look at.
Any questions on the risk assessment?
No, that's good.
Okay, the aircraft, we've got the 05. I'll be in the right seat answer pilot. Mr. Cooley will be in the left seat answer and the co-pilot. Check your gear, make sure you have everything you need. The mission requirements, flying to Uscg, we're going to the airport. We've got our EMT swimmer. Our mission is to bring him back here to the airport. The ODO is going to coordinate an ambulance coming back to meet us here at the ramp. Any questions? No questions. Medevacs are necessary due to remote villages, patients who may not have the access to health care that we can provide here on the island, sometimes in the major cities such as Anchorage. Let's head out there.
The initial call, I was asking if they had any kind of amplifying info, but the only thing I got was he's having trouble breathing and to send EMT or above. So all our rescue swimmers are EMT qualified, so that's what we're sending. The transit will take about 45 minutes, hopefully be on deck no more than 15 minutes, getting the patient loaded and stabilized, and then about 45 minutes back. Today we have just really low visibility, less than a mile, light rain, and earlier this morning it was snow. So you got a mixture of some slushiness on the surfaces. It's kind of been like that all day.
The patient, he was an elderly gentleman, 76 years old, and he had difficulty breathing.
was just after lunch, around 12:30 or so, we got the call that there was a 76-year-old male at Ozinki, had trouble breathing.
Group ready for takeoff. Ready for takeoff. Compilation Kodiak Rescue 06. We are airborne from Air Station Kodiak with 05 POB.
Every flight I go on, I treat it all the same. Like, everybody's just as important as the next person to be saved. Everybody needs assistance.
Call with air and just find out if there's any amplifying information on the patient's condition. And let them know it should be in Ozinki in approximately 20 minutes.
The flight to Ozinki, it's a pretty short trip. We were prepared that day for it to possibly be a 45-minute trip. We hoped to fly direct when we were ready to shift gears at a moment's notice to fly the low-vis route.
Normal approach, vertical landing to the runway. Got some rocks up there, but we're en route to save a life, so just keep that in mind.
When we first landed in Ozinki, the patient was not there. We called the local airport there, and they called the clinic and let us know his ETA, and eventually he showed up probably about 5 or 10 minutes after we landed.
Some of these villages don't have the advanced medical care that, say, Kodiak has or Anchorage has, and the only way to get to these small villages is by boat or aircraft, and we happen to be one of those aircrafts that come by and assist these people in need.
So when we first got on scene to the ambulance, at that point I'm just gathering information, trying to figure out the best way for me to get him into the helicopter and also what I need to use out of my EMT kit to make sure that he's comfortable and safe.
His grandson brought some supplies, medical supplies and things with him.
The grandson, he seemed pretty relaxed. Like, he kind of knew what was going on and what he needed to do, and he just kind of stayed out of the way. Grandson needs to come with his grandfather. We had enough room for him, so we decided to bring him back.
When I first got into the ambulance, one of the questions that I had asked was, is he ambulatory? In other words, can he walk under his own power? They had attempted to have him do that initially, and he almost passed out. He could not breathe comfortably standing up. I was initially concerned with laying him down in the litter that it would cause him to be uncomfortable or not be able to breathe very well. Sure enough, as soon as we laid him down in the litter, he didn't like it. We made a couple modifications and got him some head support and laid him onto his side. Laying a patient on their side in the litter is not typically standard, and obviously we would not be doing that in a hoisting situation. But in this situation, we're just carrying him from the ambulance into the helicopter. When somebody has difficulty breathing, you want to get him into a position where they're comfortable, and that position for him was laying on his left side.
I'll probably be kneeling next to the patient for most of our short transit back.
A case like this, you have an older gentleman with respiratory difficulties. It's really important we put forth a maximum effort in this case.
I'll get him on oxygen, maximize this time with good oxygen, you know.
On the ride back to Kodiak, we're intending on transferring care, so I'm trying to gather some information from him and the other passenger. Also monitoring his condition. I kept him awake. He kind of wanted to go to sleep. I wanted to keep him awake so I can make sure that he was breathing okay.
Guys, if the ambulance is out there, you guys just go ahead and take him out, and then we'll worry about the shutdown. Roger that.
Well, when we landed back in Kodiak, he, picked up the litter with the patient inside and walked him over to the paramedics waiting for us at the ambulance. We transferred him over to their gurney, retrieved our gear, and I gave them a full medical pass down on the patient, and off they went.
Debrief outside of maintenance so we can get out of the rain.
Yeah, sounds good.
You know, it's a great feeling when you return home from a case and you're able to bring a patient back alive and in good condition. It just feels really great knowing that at the end of the day, your efforts result in a positive outcome in the life of another.
When you save somebody's life for the first time, when you know that your team has saved somebody's life, change your life. The reason people love what we do and come back and tell their sons and their granddaughters, yeah, you ought to consider the service, it's because we do stuff that most people just dream about.
Frigid Alaskan waters prove treacherous across the state.
Something bad happened and they got stuck in a bad situation.
In Kodiak, the Coast Guard must find a way to reach a surfer ripped away from shore.
That cliff is pretty high. I don't even know if we have enough cable to reach him.
You kind of get the pucker factor going. 200 feet of cable with high winds. It's extremely dangerous.
While in Sitka, waves punish small vessels.
I look back out the door, and the boat is now out of my frame of view.
Where's the friggin' boat go? Where's the boat? Can't find the boat. Do a 360 sweep to find me the boat, please.
The vast Alaskan wilderness, a place where beauty is cloaked by danger. Here every day, 350 highly trained men and women risk their lives to save others. America's deadliest waters are protected by Coast Guard Alaska.
Did you get some good ones?
Yeah.
Yeah? You cold? My name's Jason McGrath. I'm an aviation survival technician or helicopter rescue swimmer, as most people know it as. This is Bear Paw Beach. I try to get out here 3 or 4 times a week, depending on the swell. So I work nights, which makes it nice because I can get out here in the morning and then just go straight to work.
Right now it's low tide, so it's kind of closing out everywhere. So it's just trying to find where there's a good shoulder and peak to play on.
Just have fun. Man, when I first got out there, I'd try to be right at the lip, and then it would just be a free fall, like right to the bottom. Yeah, this is definitely a good day compared to what we've seen lately. Being a rescue swimmer, I think it attracts that type of personality that seeks adrenaline-type sports to relax you. Surfing definitely helps keep you sharp. You're able to think fast, definitely helps with the job. You know, we've got to be able to make quick decisions out there. I'm definitely glad there's waves up here. Keep me sane while I'm here.
This is Coast Guard Sector Anchorage. The Coast Guard received a report of a surfer in distress, possibly in the water in the vicinity of Fossil Beach, Kodiak, Alaska.
My name is Lieutenant Jake Smith. I'm a search and rescue pilot, fly the 60s out of Kodiak. We heard the alarm go off right around 11:30. A surfer was stuck off Fossil Beach, was unable to get back into shore. The weather wasn't that great here at the station, just over a mile visibility with freezing rain and low ceilings with high winds expected offshore.
Ready forward. Ready up.
What's going on, 212? Sector Anchorage, Coast Guard Rescue 6005, Coast Guard Rescue 6005. We are airborne at this time en route for SAR.
Roger, just the one surfer. He's sort of trapped on a rock in between Fossil Beach and the land station. He's an experienced surfer. We don't know if he's hurt or not, but he's probably tired.
We made it feet wet. We were pretty much in the goo, and shortly thereafter, we received word that he was actually on the rocks. With bigger surf pounding on the rocks, you know, we might be looking at broken bones if he's up on the shore, but it also could mean that he made it up there safely and is in a safe position at that time.
So we'll be in between Narrow Cape and the Kodiak. Those waves are moving out there today. Holy cow.
Yeah, it's 40 now.
Thanks. I'm all for going surfing, but if it's 20-footers out like this, then it's nasty. Yeah, I think they said the water temp is 38 degrees.
Yeah.
So so hopefully this guy's got a dry suit on. Yeah.
Coast Kilo, this is rescue swimmer on shore, on channel 21, come in, over.
We got down on scene, made contact with the ground party at Fossil Beach. There's other surfers down there, actually from the Coast Guard. They did have a drop radio, and they vectored us in to the general area.
You guys are right over the cliff where he might be, or you're making a turn right now off here, 9 o'clock, going to your safety tours.
And Roger, good copy. We'll go ahead and mark that position.
My name's Jason McGrath. I'm an aviation survival technician, rescue swimmer. I jumped on the radio and told them, to start looking right there, and the current was pushing, from the east to the west. It's pretty challenging search conditions with the big surf, the high winds, real gusty winds where they were trying to, get into a hover and look for them. So I knew time was crucial for everybody.
So we're in vicinity of where they were reporting, so really could be anywhere right now. Roger, and you have door speed, guys. Roger, cabin doors coming open. I'm gonna go ahead and climb up a little bit so we can orbit.
Lieutenant Mike Gronke, H-60 search and rescue pilot at Air Station Kodiak. When we got on scene, of course we looked in the surf zone. No sign of him.
He might be down here someplace, guys, just below us. He might be getting beat up against the cliff pretty bad then. I don't see any other rocks out here. I don't either.
Try IR there, Ralph. Might be able to get his e-signature off the side of the cliff there.
Roger that, sir.
Luckily, our aircraft's equipped with infrared capability, and the rescue swimmer in the back, Ralphie, was on the infrared camera.
So they were saying up here at about the 11 o'clock now, about another 300 yards is a cliff that comes out a little bit. They were saying he was just on the other side of that.
I got him at about 7 o'clock. He's up on the cliff pretty high. He's waving on the IR right now.
All right. All right, see you. I got him in sight.
Yep.
It looks like he's trying to climb. He's about 50 feet up the cliff, and there's about another 150 feet above him.
Pretty good overhang, too.
Wow, dude. What are you guys thinking? That's a tricky one.
Oh, man.
That cliff is pretty high. I don't even know if we have enough cable to reach him if we went straight down, right?
It'd be really tough. The further down the cable goes, the harder it's going to be to keep control of the basket. So,
all right. So it'd probably be about a 200-foot hoist if we were to hoist them from off the cliff.
I'm Joshua Schaefer. I'm an aviation maintenance technician for United States Coast Guard. As we got on scene, the winds were pretty high, and we got into a hover to the area that we wanted to hoist this guy out of.
Just call me, Josh, whatever you think.
Yeah, sir, easy forward and right.
Clear my tail if you would, too, please.
Yeah, your tail's, you got plenty of room, and this will be,
it's
definitely doable.
We were about 260 feet down to the water. From where that guy was standing, we were 30 feet above the cliff, and he was about halfway up that, so it had to have been at least 200 feet that we had to pay out to get the basket to the survivor.
With the wind, sir, I'm worried about the basket bouncing around and knocking him into the water.
Yeah, I hear you.
He's on a pretty flat piece of land right there. I can get the basket straight down to him.
Okay.
We usually hoist between 30 and 40 feet. It's easier to manage the cable at that point. It's easier for the flight mech in the back. It's easier for the pilot. This was a little bit different. It's extremely dangerous. You kind of get the pucker factor going, especially when we're talking about 200 feet of cable with high winds and turbulence coming off the cliff. It becomes a very big risk for everyone involved.
I don't want to put Ralphie at risk if we don't have to. If we could just get a basket down to him.
Just give it a shot. All right, hoist power set to all.
Hoist is set to all. You feel as though the winds are going to blow that thing into the cliff? Wave it off, and we'll try something else.
Basket's going down.
And survivors at the 10 o'clock low, about 200 yards forward.
Basket's going down. Basket's about halfway down. This is good, hold. Easy forward. Easy forward and left. Hold.
This is one of the most difficult hoists I've done so far, just due to the height. I had to fight the cable a lot. I had to fight the basket. I had to try to get it to where I needed it to be, even though the wind wanted to take it the other way.
Hold, 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 hold.
He's on a pretty flat piece of land right there. I can get the basket straight down to him.
The alarm went off about 11:30. For a surfer in distress, Fossil Beach, everybody in Kodiak's pretty familiar with Fossil Beach. It's a local hangout. So we put a move on, got airborne. When we did finally locate the survivor, he was indeed on a cliff, probably about 50 feet above the water line, and the top of the cliff was at least another 100 feet above him. So it was pretty high. So ultimately, we decided to just lower the basket.
Basket's going down. Basket's about halfway down. This is good, hold.
It's probably one of the more dangerous hoists I think I've ever seen. You know, you're trying to get a basket onto a cliff that's probably 3 by 3 from 200 feet up. It's pretty challenging.
Hold, hold, hold. Hold. Looking good, sir. Easy forward and left.
Okay. Just fighting the turbulence a little bit, so.
That's fine. I've almost got it to him. Hold. Survivor's getting in the basket. Prepare to take the load, taking the load. Easy forward and right.
Clear right.
And right, right, right. Survivors clear the rocks, and survivors going out over the water. You can start coming easy down, so we close the gap between the helo and the water when ready, sir.
Okay.
You know, after we got out over the water, we started reeling in that 200 feet. Once we finally got it up, you know, I could see his face as he got closer to the aircraft, and he was pretty happy. You know, he's giving thumbs up, he was giving a little surfer sign, you know, he was ready to go home.
Survivors coming up.
Roger. I'm gonna hold here.
Bring the survivor inside the cabin. Survivors inside the cabin, hoist complete.
Nice job, Scott. All right, rest check for part 3.
Yeah, roger, sir.
Once we got him inside, he was grinning ear to ear. He seemed to be in really good spirits and glad to be off the cliffside. Got him some water, you know, got him on ICS and talked to him a little bit.
Hey, thanks, fellas. Man, no problem, man. You got it. Yeah, I was out there, and out of nowhere, the wind just picked up, like out of nowhere. And it pushed me into that corner, and I was like, well, I can wait for the wind to back down and just climb up here. I thought that I was in a good spot to climb all the way up, but then I got over there, and I'm like, dude, I'm stuck out here.
Holy smokes.
Did you impact any of the rocks at all, or? Yeah, I dinged up my board a little bit, but I'm good.
My name is Scott Jones. I've been surfing in Alaska for 13 years now. I never had any problems. I've been in situations before, but nothing like this. The wind started turning, and I let the rip take me down to the rocks, and I'm thinking, I'll just wait for the squall to go through, which is what I thought it was, just a real quick wind squall. Well, the wind just kept getting stronger. And, that rip and the wind now caught me and pushed me even further down. I got around the corner and finally just climbed up a rock wall and said, you know, I'm stuck here until someone comes and gets me because I can't scale 200 feet in a wetsuit and I can't paddle back to the beach.
That FLIR camera worked really good.
Tough to see him in a black wetsuit on the cliff.
Yeah, that's exactly what it was, too. You guys use IR to spot me? Yep, that's cool. W showed up as a big old white dot in a background of black. I was like, yeah, he found it. He's there, he is.
I would have been hypothermic for sure if they hadn't came and got me when they did. I was fine, but another hour or two, I don't know if I would have been able to get out of there.
Ready for approach.
Ready for approach.
This particular mission is the exact kind of mission we like. It's quick, successful, and everybody returned safely in some challenging conditions that was interesting. Makes for a good case.
Yeah, thanks a lot, guys.
Yeah, man. Now, you know what? You couldn't have ended up in a better spot.
Oh, I know. That's exactly why I did that. I climbed up that area. I looked at I was like, I can't climb out of here, but I might as well.
That was the best spot you could have been standing.
Yeah.
So that was awesome. Good job on your part.
So, I guess. Cool.
You know, ultimately, this was a very good, successful mission. I've got a big head now. That was my highest hoist ever, and it was done really fast, really, really professionally, and I'm very happy about it.
I'm an aviation maintenance technician, 3rd class, Joshua Schaefer. Brought my family over to the Marine Science Institute. They do a lot of research out here.
And they also have a touch tank. It's pretty cool. He's like, oh yeah, he's getting the sleeves rolled up. He's ready to go. You want to do the touch tank?
Awesome, man.
Look at that guy. Cool looking grab. Look at him. He's really bumpy.
He's not gonna pinch me.
He's not gonna pinch you, see?
I didn't know you could touch him right there.
Bulky. He's not gonna hurt you. There you go. He's just bulky. Good job.
Oh, it's so cold.
This is one of the only things, you know, on a rainy day, on a nasty, snowy, windy day, to just like get out of the house and come take your kids to do.
A Kermit crab.
Yes.
A Kermit crab? Yeah, he didn't stand.
That works too.
Look at that.
This thing's creeping out.
Whoa, dude.
There you go.
He's slimy.
I know.
That's like a big daddy one.
I love being a father. He's an awesome kid. He looks like me, you know, his personality is just like me. He loves sciencey stuff, just like I was when I was that age. I love to see the look on his face.
I can see them moving.
Yeah, it's cool. See, they can kind of see the scallop.
Is that a sponge?
Yep, the sponge is overtaking the scallop. It lives
It's
on
like
top of the scallop.
SpongeBob. He's
SpongeBob is a sponge.
Yeah, this one's gooey.
So living here on this small island, small community, it's pretty cool they have this research facility here for us to come and look at the marine life. It's a really neat little thing for the kids and they enjoy it.
Oh, look at this big one. Look at this big one.
You want to touch? You want to put your hand around him? Around his arm?
Oh my God.
Grab him like, hey, oh, he's got you. He's got you.
I don't want him to eat my hand up.
No, he's not going to eat your hand.
I am very, very proud of my husband. Like, I can't explain how proud I am of him. Like, he's amazing what he does.
All we had was 2 men in a 15-foot skiff that was taking on water.
We were all on edge, knowing that we were losing daylight.
I want off the boat. Why would you come out in a boat like that today?
My name's Dan McDevitt. I'm a aviation maintenance technician, 3rd class petty officer here at Air Station Sitka. We ended up getting the call right around 1 o'clock, I want to say, maybe a little bit before. And we went up to the ops center, listened in on the radio, and then once our pilot gave us the official word that we were launching, we went down and changed out. My name is Chris Belisle. I'm an AST-2 in the United States Coast Guard in Air Station Sitka. All we had was 2 men in a 15-foot skiff that was taking on water offshore outside of Bjorka Island. Our transit time to the gentleman was approximately 20 minutes. The first thing we were doing is we were grabbing survival suits and hypothermic bags, which are sleeping bags that we put people that are really cold, and it helps bring up their core temperature. They kept saying that they were sinking, they were taking on water, and all we were trying to do is just get to them.
All right, we're ready to go.
Visibility was just over a half mile when we launched. Snow squalls were moving through the area, so we knew that we would encounter this in and out of the flight. And without having an exact position for the vessel, we didn't know if we were going to be in or out of those snow squalls until we were actually out there.
There's a needle again. Port it back to the left. Heading direct to that position.
We didn't know their exact location, and they didn't know it either. The only navigation they had on board was a compass. So we were using the direction finder that we have on the helicopter, and we kept having them do a countdown, and the direction finder would pick up their radio signal and point us in the right direction.
Crummy weather out here. It's hard to see.
We were facing, I believe, 20 knot to 30 knot winds, snow. It was snowing very heavy. It was bumpy.
Roger that, sir. We're on our way to you right now.
We were all on edge going into this one, knowing that we're losing daylight. And once we lose daylight, we increase our chances of not finding the person.
Suits route from the Coast Guard. Do you see us?
Yes, I do. Hey, I'm visual. Hey, the boat, 2 o'clock. I'm inside.
The pilots up front were able to spot them first.
Tell them we're gonna put the swimmer in. Why would you come out in a boat like that today? You know, they're probably trying to run it on the shore and then lost sight of land and got turned around. And, yeah.
We circled and did an assessment of their vessel.
He's taking water right over the stern now.
And they were running with the seas, and actually, they thought they were heading towards town, but actually they were heading further offshore. And they were about 28 miles from shore when they thought they were about 6 miles from shore.
We are, sir. Stand by one. Numbers ready.
Due to their proximity to land, there was no way to get the boat to land and try to save the boat. So our concern was getting the people off. We're going to send a rescue swimmer down.
Swimmer. Roger. Swimmers in the water.
The swimmer swam over to the boat, and we had to make sure to keep enough distance from the boat due to the fact that we didn't want to blow them over with our rotor wash. So he had a little bit of a swim to get over to the boat to get the first guy in the water.
He's almost to him.
So when I first made contact with the boat, I immediately got up into it, kind of assessed the situation, see what was going on. Immediately noticed that the water was almost up to the edge of the freeboard. I sat into it, see if I could talk to them.
Oh, that boat's going over. Yep.
And immediately the boat started rolling, so I hopped off immediately before I threw everybody overboard. Right about then, that's when EJ, the bigger of the two, really wanted to get off.
Ready for pickup. Ready for pickup. Master plan, 40 feet, recovery of the survivor. Going its way down.
I got a hold of him, put him into our basket, which is what we always put our survivors in. It makes them feel safer. EJ was relatively big for this. Took me a little bit getting him in.
Hold position, taking a load. Master's clear of water. Where's the friggin' boat go? Master's just below cabin. Where's the boat? Get the boat. Master is out of cabin. Do a 360 sweep to find me the boat, please.
The boat that we're out is a 15-foot skiff, which was definitely a small boat to be out in the 6 to 8 to occasional 10-foot seas that they were operating in. They also had taken a good bit of water into the boat, so we knew obviously that their situation was not good, and we needed to recover them fairly soon because we're pretty sure that boat was going to go over, at any minute.
Ready for pickup. Ready for pickup. Master plan, 40 feet, recovery of the survivor. Master's going its way down.
I got a hold of him, put him into our basket, which is what we always put our survivors in. It makes them feel safer. EJ was relatively big for this. Took me a little bit getting him in.
Hold position, taking a load. Master's clear of water. Where's the friggin' boat go? Master's just below cabin. Where's the boat? Get the boat. Master is out of cabin. Do a 360 sweep to find me the boat, please.
After I get the first guy up, I turn my, I get him in the cabin, and I have my eyes in the cabin to get him out and into the troop seat. And then I look back out the door, and the boat is now out of my frame of view. And I look down, and I see Chris, the swimmer, still in the water. So we end up picking Chris back up.
Looking for the boat. I do not see the boat. Oh, Christ.
There it is.
All right, we're going to have to pick him up. He's forward.
This is Heath Scout. I'm fine. The boat's fine. I'm just going to get back home. So point me in the right direction.
Go side. He's forward. Roger.
Stand by.
Rescue swimmer's clear of the water.
He wants to go home on the boat. He wants to point him in the right direction, and he wants to.
Did he say that?
Yeah.
The guy still on the boat was trying to make it back to, the island because he didn't want to obviously wreck his boat or lose his boat.
The guy in the boat's the diabetic one. His name's Adam. He's also running the wrong way.
I spoke with him on the radio and told him, no, he needed to get off the vessel. We were about an hour away from sunset, and there was no way that we were going to be able to vector him through the night. The vessel had no lights, and the sea state was not conducive to the vessel, and plus the vessel still was taken on water.
Tree Sprout, give you a heads up, Cap. You are 25 miles outside of town.
Okay, so I need to go north.
No, you need to go west.
These waves are really messing me up.
Yeah, Roger, Cap. I'm going to recommend we take you off the boat.
So we encouraged him. He needed to get off the vessel. While we were doing this, Sitka being such a small town and being a maritime town, a lot of people have VHF radios in their vehicles, in their houses. And we found out later that essentially a good portion of the town was listening to the SAR case unfold. And while I was trying to encourage the owner to get off the vessel, his grandfather actually gets on the radio.
Adam, this is Pop. Leave the boat.
His dad's out there.
Man, where's the boat gonna float to, though?
Japan?
Don't worry about it, Adam. You guys just come home. I don't want to. I know, okay. Go
Coast Guard, here I come.
The skipper, the final guy still on board, was diabetic, and it had been quite a few hours since he had ate last, and he threw up. So he wasn't in a full state of mind, I guess you could say. He was definitely getting a little delirious, and hence him trying to think he can make it back to land.
Swimmer's ready. See if we get the hoist. There it goes. Boat's going over. There you go. All right. He's up. Okay. Swimmer's on his way down.
So they immediately lowered me down to the water. The good thing, Adam was smart and climbed on top of the boat, so he was at least up and out of the water. Immediately swam over to him, made contact.
Sector, be advised, one survivor on board, second survivor, we're getting them right now. Boat just capsized. Survivor is accounted for, swimmer is on scene with them.
Roger.
I get a hold of him, I kind of brief him about what's gonna happen. I just signaled for the helicopter to bring the basket, lowered the basket, and I put him in.
Taking a load.
A couple minutes later, they were hoisting me up, and then we were on our way home.
And Sector Juno, we have both survivors on board. If you could notify Sitka EMS so that we can have them on the ramp waiting to check these guys out.
Roger, copy.
My name is Adam Howard, and I've lived here in Sitka for my whole life. My family's lived here in Sitka for about 300 years, or 16 generations, and I absolutely love it here. We were attempting to go hunting on Mount Edgecombe Island. When we got there, it wasn't that bad of weather, and on the way back, we decided that it was kind of getting a little too ugly for us, and it ended up fogging down, snowing, hailing. It was everything.
There's our ambulance. Hail is on deck.
This is what Alaska's about, really, extreme. Sometimes it's real pretty, and sometimes it's a beast. It's a monster. And this time, it ended up biting us. The Coast Guard, I'm very thankful for them for dropping everything that they're doing and just trying to help us out. And the whole community of Sitka is really unique because we will all pull together in a traumatic experience and be there for each other.
I think overall, these two gentlemen are very lucky to be alive. The direction they were going, and the weather they were going, and the boat that they were with, yeah, they were very lucky to be alive.
David Call, here in Kodiak, Alaska. I work for the Coast Guard. I'm a corpsman. I also fly, do medevacs. Today is our off day, so we're gonna do some mountain biking. Yeah, we'll go down, ride down the fast track.
Ooh.
Hey,
Showing that one pack.
showing off some skin. It's called a keg, yeah, exactly.
I'm down.
All right.
Rock and roll.
Let's do it. First, we're gonna go down the ex-boyfriend trail. It's more of a dirt trail. It's going down the face of the mountain. It's a nice view because you can look out and you can see all of Kodiak. If I do get hurt or somebody else does get hurt, both myself and Trice have medical experience, and we always carry something in our bags.
What happened to you, by the way?
Wardrobe malfunction. It's just making you look rugged. It'll work, maybe?
Oh, come on now.
E-tape?
Oh, yeah, that'll work.
E-tape fixes everything. Didn't die on that one, guys. Didn't die.
We got 4.1 miles for the day.
Nice.
Max speed 24.9.
Nice. Well, I guess let's pack it up. Get out of here. It's always nice to get some rest and then be able to do something like this outside. It also keeps me in shape, and it's fun.
Got my keys?
What?
Just kidding, I'm just kidding.
Don't even joke. All right.
Nailed it.
After a bad case, if there is severe trauma, it's always good to do something to keep your mind off of it and make you forget. Mountain biking, you can't really be thinking about something else, so it's definitely a good way to forget about the trauma or the severity of the case. I got a call that we had a medevac for a possible blood clot in the leg.
Get her done.
It's gonna be a late night, a long late night.
Heard a call come over the radio. There was a vessel that was dead in the water. It had no power anymore, and it was just drifting. I hope their anchor caught. Otherwise, they may be on shore by now, just broken into pieces.
I'm David Call. I'm an HS3 in Kodiak, Alaska, so I'm a corpsman. I got a call that we had a medevac for a possible blood clot in the leg. The biggest fear is for that blood clot to either go to the heart, which is going to cause a heart attack, clot in the heart where blood is not being perfused to the limbs, or it's going to go to the brain and cause a stroke. We got the call, and it was time to go.
Get her done.
It's gonna be a late night, a long late night.
They told us that there was a man who was experiencing loss of feeling in one of his legs. He had a history of embolisms, in which, in a previous case, he had actually lost his other leg. They had to amputate it. So they're quite concerned that he was having the same issue, and they wanted to try and get him to medical facilities in Anchorage as soon as possible so he wouldn't lose his other leg. We loaded up in the aircraft, got everything we needed, and headed towards Dutch Harbor.
It's about a 5.5-hour flight from Kodiak. Flight surgeon is recommending medevac, and they were talking about a 6-hour window as like the ideal time frame. We'll be close to making that, but obviously sooner the better.
Once we got on scene, we saw the ambulance there waiting for us. We pulled off onto the ramp, and the rescue swimmer and the corpsman that we had aboard got out of the aircraft and went and met the ambulance.
Got out, picked up the patient. He was stable. He wasn't in severe pain at that time. I checked the leg out, and if it was going to go into a higher level of pain, I was prepared to give him morphine.
After a couple minutes, they finally got the person out of the ambulance, transferred him to the aircraft. After we did that and got him sitting in a seat in the aircraft, we ended up taxiing out, took off out of Dutch Harbor, and headed back east towards Cold Bay.
All I asked the sector was he's okay. They're going to have EMS meet us at the guard hangar. Roger.
Once he got in the aircraft, we stabilized him, got him secure. We took a set of vitals to make sure he was stable. I just did pretty much monitoring of care.
Sector, we're down to clear. Southwest and passenger. Roger. All right, guys, I'm assuming they'll come up when you start walking out. Yep.
All right, let's transfer you over to the medevac company.
We dropped the passenger off to the Guardian flight, which was a fixed-wing aircraft that was waiting on deck for us with medical services on board. And they took off out of Cold Bay and headed back east.
All right, well, good luck. You guys have a safe flight. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. It's always a good feeling to know that I've helped somebody and that I've provided a care that somebody else might not have been able to. I love to fly, and I love helping people, so I get to do both of them in my job here in Kodiak. It's definitely always nice to know that I am doing some kind of good, and I'll keep doing that as long as I can.
Copy that, engine 21 responding.
I'm David Call. I'm an HS3 in Kodiak, Alaska. I also get to work with the fire department. Tonight we did a live fire drill. It involved Bayside Volunteer Fire Station and Woman's Bay. It's good training to trade with the other fire departments in case there is some type of mass disaster, so we all know how to work together.
Mayday. Investigator Smith, trapped in the first floor. Charlie Delta side. Trapped under instructions. I'm out of air. You copy?
Great copies. Here at Bayside Volunteer Fire Department, we put together the most intricate drill that we've ever had here. We have state troopers, we have charter boat operators, and we have quite a few Coast Guard volunteers here also. They bring a lot of skills for EMS purposes. A lot of them are already trained firefighters, so we blend pretty well together.
It's always good to be well-rounded. I not only know how to save people that are in cold water, but I know how to save people that are in hot burning buildings.
Over here!
Coast Guard folks bring in all kinds of special skills. David Call, EMT, flight medic, he brings a lot to us, helps out with training. That's the Coast Guard. They're a great asset to have out there.
Coast Guard and Kodiak kind of go hand in hand, and I think it's good to give back to the community you're in as much as possible. Kodiak is an island, so there is only so many people that can help you out, so everybody kind of has to be prepared to help out their neighbor or somebody they see on the side of the road. The more often I train, the better prepared I will be to help anybody, either on the Coast Guard base or out here to respond to an EMS or a fire call. This is kind of me trying to give back to the community a little bit.
When we first got on scene, it looked very rough to me. The boat was bobbing around quite a bit. Wasn't comfortable for them. It was obvious to see that.
The vessel was drifting towards shore, so are they just going to be bashed against the rocks, or are these people going to have a chance to get out?
Now put the Ready Helo online. Now put the Ready Helo online. We have a 24-foot cabin vessel in distress in the vicinity of Whitestone Harbor. Now put the Ready Helo online. Now put the Ready Helo online.
I'm Lieutenant David Berkey, stationed at Air Station Sitka. I'm one of the pilots. I was upstairs in the operations center, pretty much getting ready to go to bed, and heard a call come over the radio that there was a vessel that was dead in the water. It had no power anymore, and it was just drifting. 2 people aboard. It's about 80 miles north of here.
The winds had picked up there, and seas were pretty rough. They were going to send a Coast Guard cutter from Sector Juno, but it was going to take 3 hours to get on scene. So they wanted us also to get airborne and see if we couldn't assist the mariner.
You guys look up that Whitestone Harbor on Icy Strait. Already on it, sir. Thanks.
Well, we were on our way there. We've got a really stiff headwind. This 35 knots that we're going against, this is really dramatically increasing the amount of time it's taken us to get there. I hope their anchor caught, otherwise they may be on shore by now, just broken into pieces. With all due respect to the people out there tonight, I don't understand why you would be out there. Alaskans, they know the conditions, they know the survival odds, they know what they're getting into. So something bad happened and they got stuck in a bad situation.
We're doing good. Our anchor is holding at the moment. We have our lights on.
Stand right there, sir.
When we first got on scene, it looked very rough to me. The boat was bobbing around quite a bit. 4 to 5 foot swells at least, with a chop on top of that, and 30 to 35 knot winds. Wasn't comfortable for them. It was obvious to see that, and we heard the vessel in distress talking to a commercial fishing vessel.
Clinky Boy 2, Vagabond Queen, you picked me up on this one. Roger, Vagabond Queen, let you know where we're at. That Coast Guard helicopter is close to us.
We turn on the tracker beam and we're going to put it on the boat, see if we can't help that commercial vessel en route. Roger that, sir.
The spotlight that we have on the MH-60T is called a tracker beam. If we point it out in direction of the water or the boat, we can light up everything around it. And tonight we were using that to help the commercial vessel because they couldn't see the smaller vessel just off the shoreline. So we were able to provide them a good position and then vector them in towards the vessel.
Okay, Roger, we can see you, so we're heading that way.
Vagabond Queen, Coast Guard helicopter. Once you get there, are you all set up to be able to tow them back to port?
Yeah, Roger, we're getting a tow line ready now.
My name's Bill Veeler. I live here in Hoona, Alaska. I've lived here pretty much most of my life. Maybe 2-3 times a year we have something like this happen here. So we just went and we didn't check the weather before we went, or we might have thought twice.
All right, I want to take a look at this vagabond queen. Is that boat up on the floor, sir, if you wanted to look at it? Yeah, I'm looking at it. It looks good. Yeah, he doesn't look like he's having a lot of fun down there.
Okay, we got a big line. We'll swing in there by you.
Okay, I'll make my way up to the bow and get ready to receive the line.
Okay, sounds good.
That's the guy right there getting that tow line ready.
The boat that came out to tow this guy tonight was a commercial fishing boat. In a situation like that, where the nearest Coast Guard asset that can actually do anything is still hours away, obviously we're going to take the best thing we've got. He was the best thing we had at the time. He was willing to do it. He was able to do it. So all the pieces fell in place tonight.
When we were coming in, they were kind of in the surf, more or less. They were in so close that I wasn't going to be able to swing around and come in behind them and throw a line. I was going to have to trough it in and then turn hard and get them the line. And when we were on our way in, we started bottoming out on the grass, so it got pretty hairy.
All right, you got a big line to the guy. Hopefully get it on there. Hey, Noel, if one of these guys goes in the water, how long will it take you to get ready? About 2 minutes. Okay. Looks like they got them. They're underway.
My name is Thomas Mills. I'm a native. I'm born and raised in Excursion Unit, just northwest of here. We're going down Lynn Canal, and when we got out there by the island, the waves stacked up on us, and we couldn't turn back. So we'd hear a high-pitched squeal, and pretty soon the bilge water got into the fuel, and killed the engine.
Sector, we advised the vessel is in tow. We seem to be doing just fine right now. We are RTB at this time. Out.
All of us involved, we fished all over Alaska. We've rescued people, and I think this is the second time in my life that I've been rescued.
There you go, Alaska's still for Alaskans, right there.
If there's a distress call, we as the Coast Guard almost have to race to beat Good Samaritans there, because as soon as the call goes out, people just flock to the area to try to help, to do whatever they can. Everybody knows, hey, we're in this together.
For approach. Make your approach, sir.
Kind of a relief to know the Coast Guard was there in case we got in trouble. My father was in the Coast Guard, and he died in a boating accident trying to save someone when I was 5 years old. And that kind of motivates me a lot on everything that I do.
Alaska, I think, has got a pretty good understanding of the Coast Guard, where we're at and what we can do for them. You know, the villages and the commercial fishing vessels know what we're here for, to offer safety for them and assistance if needed. And I think that's very much appreciated.
The Coast Guard is the first and last resort and hope for someone's life. We are whatever you want it to be, whenever you need it, when nobody else can do it. And nowhere is that demonstrated more than up here in Alaska.